his Springbok 23 to face France on Saturday. There is so much to pick apart. Siya Kolisi will make his 100th appearance as a Springbok on Saturday when he leads the side out in what is a very experienced side. We wondered whether they might go to a more youthful side and see how they cope. They've resisted the change, and in Rassie Erasmus saying that they're treating this French and Irish game like World Cup playoffs, this gives you a very good indication of the type of team that we currently back in that kind of scenario. No Handré Pollard is a big headline. No Kwagga Smith on the bench as well, in what still remains to be looking like a 6-2 split, despite there being 3 backline players. Andre Esterhuizen included on the bench, but in the number 21 jersey, which sort of indicates that he is still covering flank. Grant Williams, Malibok on the bench. Sasha Famigomazulu will start. Lourdes Diaga has been retained in the starting lineup, which sees Eben Etzebeth make a comeback. Bowen Venter will get the nod with no oxen chair. And the big injury news as well is Damian Willemse is fit and will start at full back. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so this is, let me just move this. I don't know how that's, this is the side. And a couple of picks I didn't expect and a couple of picks I did expect. In terms of the 1 through to 15, pretty close to what we sort of expected. Our big sort of question marks was the lock pairing, Ruan Okia versus Lourdes Diaga. They've gone with Lourdes Diaga. And Bowen Venter versus Thomas Toyet Lucid versus Gerard Steenekamp. Well, they've gone with Bowen Venter in the number 1 jersey. A straight swap for the injured Oxen Chair. Malcolm Marx, Thomas Toy. That's kind of, I mean, the Oxen Chair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas Toy has been our regular sort of starting front row so far this season. So not a big surprise, and very much keeping that Bulls front row as our replacement front row, given the fact that they know each other, they understand how they play, and that's kind of the impact we're looking for in the second half. It's the experience, isn't it, of Eben Etzebeth and Lourdes Diaga, who I think, in terms of Lourdes Diaga, played himself into this game with his performance last week. I reckon that it was a bit of a toying cost between Ruan Okia and Lourdes Diaga. I think that they looked at the fact that it's going to be a big pack up front, you know, with Emmanuel Mierfou starting for France, and said we probably need the physicality of Lourdes Diaga. The back three of Siya Kolisi, Peter Steph, the Toy, and Jasper Wiese was always going to be the back three, wasn't it? Similarly, who I think it was always going to be Kobus Reinach and Sasha Famigomazulu. You've got to reward the form that they have shown whilst playing with each other. Kurt Lawrence, Cheslin Colby, Damian Willemse. We're back to our World Cup back three. It is our strongest back three, I think. Ethan Hooker will feel aggrieved to a certain degree, given the fact that he has been so good when he has been given an opportunity. But you know, it's just such an embarrassment of riches when you think that you'd be leaving out a Kirk Lawrence or an Ethan Hooker to accommodate him. And then Damon Delende, Jason Creel, a very experienced, the most experienced centre pairing for the Boks. Probably one of the most experienced centre pairings ever, to be honest. Must be up there in the top 5. They will start no Canan Moody in the 23. Then off the bench, I think we kind of thought that we might see a 6-2 or potentially 5-3 with Andre Esterhuizen, which kind of is the case. For me, very, very interesting call not to have Kwagga Smith. There's no real breakdown threat coming on in that second half. Maybe my only, I wouldn't say gripe, but worry about the bench. So it is Johan Grabela, Gerard Steenekamp, Wilkolo, Archies Neyman, Ruan Okia, back to the 2 locks, which I wondered about. I actually thought when I did my prediction that I would go with a 6-2 split, go with Archies Neyman, Lourdes Diaga off the bench, and Kwagga Smith. They've gone with Andre Esterhuizen in the number 21 jersey, so they're still backing him as flank. Ahead of Kwagga Smith is quite an interesting call. And then Grant Williams and Mali Liebach. So no Handré Pollard is huge. It really is. It just shows you that they have got full faith in Sasha and in Mali Liebach right now. With the way we want to play, with the way they are playing, they are getting the backing. And I'm here for it, to be perfectly honest. And you feel for Handré Pollard because it's not like he's done anything specifically wrong. But we're talking about horses for courses. And the way we're playing at the moment, the way we want to play, just suits the other 2 fly halves. And they're getting that backing to play and go and start. So I'm a big fan of it, to be perfectly honest. I really liked the entire 23. I think save, I would have Kwagga Smith ahead of Andre Esterhuizen. But that's probably about the only real change I would play Good make. So in terms of what Rusty has had to say, he said, we always plan to make a few changes for this match and we'll continue to rotate the players throughout the tour so we can give as many players a chance while at the same time trying to achieve our objectives on the field. This, however, is the team we feel is best suited to what we expect from France and the way we would like to play this weekend. I think that second part is probably more important, the way we would like to play. Many of them have also faced France in 2022 and 2023, so they know what to expect from the host and have also had a taste of what it is to play in front of their passionate home crowd. Speaking about Siya Kolisi, he said that this is a huge milestone for Siya, and we are all delighted for him. He is a level-headed player, and although this will be a big occasion for him and a match that we would like to make special for him, he is fully focused on the task at hand, so he won't allow that to overshadow what he must do on the field. Then speaking about France, he said France have a quality team all around with good forwards and backs, and they are a side that plays for the full 80 minutes. They also have a fanatical home crowd behind them. The Springboks would know better than most, which will inspire them immensely. So we are fully aware of the magnitude of this match, and we know what we have to do on the field. A couple of some of the stats. In terms of our record against France, we have played 46. Excuse me. 128, last 12, drawn 6. We have scored 994 points against them, and we've had 720 points scored against us. In terms of some of the other stats, excuse me. Siya Kolisi, who made his debut in 2013, will reach his 100th test. He will become the 9th Springbok Centurion in history. We had Billy Roo became the 8th in history earlier this year, and this is oh goodness, this is also the 50th test that Rassie Erasmus will lead the side as Springbok head coach, and the win rate currently standing at 73.4%. So that obviously doesn't include the sort of 4-year period where Jacques Inoba was the coach. This is just Rassie's as head coach stats. In terms of some of the stats, for example, or the caps, in the starting lineup, there are 924 caps, 362 in the back line, 562 among the forwards. On the bench, there are further 177. The average caps per player in the back line is 52, the forward 70, while the players on the bench average 22. Right. What do we think? Let me know down in the comments below.
Do you expect France to be driven by some kind of revenge feeling or something like that?
I don't know is my honest answer. I don't know how they're talking about it in their camp. I think obviously it would be hard to deny that, though I'm sure there is some regrets from that match that they would like to put right. So I'm not sure how they're shaped.
You changed your team up from then to Thursday. What was the thinking behind that?
Our team announcement. Well, if you look at our history, we've constantly changed the days of our team announcements, and we've obviously brought 36 players with us, and we just lost Ox on the weekend. So we've got a very competitive squad, and we just want to make sure we get our selection right before announcement.
We bought us and Natalie in instead of Ox. What impressed you? What was impressed you as a good start?
With did you say Bond? Who did you say Bond Center?
No, that's Natalie.
Oh, that's Natalie. Sorry. I say yeah. Well, I mean, even if you watch him play for the Barbarians on the weekend, he's a brilliant rugby player. He's got a lot of ball sense. If he scores try on the weekend, he took him really well. Very dynamic player, and he can get around for a guy who can handle himself in a scrum and a maul. He can also play with the ball. He can drop his height very quickly when required. And he's got a very good skill set. I'm not sure the world knows about it yet, but his skill set is actually incredibly impressive.
There's the case of an ongoing investigation regarding the use of formatting throats. What type of message does it send to including the team covering the squad?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on the case that's ongoing at the moment, so I can't comment.
What strength is, how much reflection that would be?
Yeah, no, they were a huge threat. I think their whole pack in general. They have a tremendous number of forwards to pick from, and even looking at the squad that they had, I suppose the word is protected. I'm not sure what the word is in French over here. We know they've a huge pack of forwards that they can select from. So, probably not the best placed person to talk about what goes on in the front row. Probably service side we might be a little bit better placed. But no, we know they've built a bit of depth there over the last couple of years. So, yeah, we're expecting it to be as big a battle as it was in 2022 and 2023.
But below Anton Dupont, how does that change the way you prepare a match against France? And what do you think that changes the way you play?
Yeah, obviously, he's an incredible player, but so well affirmed. But I think Nolan McGarrick is in really good form. We've watched him a lot over the years, and obviously Maxime Ledoux is a world class player. So whichever way they decide, they both have massive strengths to their games that are able to kind of slightly change the way France are able to play. So we'll be keeping an eye out for the selection there.
Roger coaches will look out.
Russell will know. Touch Russia.
Other questions, go?
Yeah, I just want to also ask, the last time France played was in July, and they lost all three tests, but they went with the weekend side. Are you expecting a much different side this weekend?
Is that to me or to you?
You.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think obviously Fabian has done that a few times with the summer tours where he's brought what might not commonly be considered as their first team. I'm not sure how that's seen here in France, but probably just lesser known guys. But I think it's a great exercise in building depth. I think that's something that they've got right over the last 4 years, and obviously they're continuing to do so. For this game, yeah, we do expect it to be a different selection. Yeah.
Does it make it difficult to prepare these games since the French side that will show up on Saturday hasn't played together since maybe March? So you have no recent footage or...
Yeah, that does make things probably a little bit different in that the players who are watching from their most recent games are not necessarily the players that are going to play this weekend. I'm sure there will be some. But I think you can also see the direction which the team is going in because they're obviously very well coached. And you can see the slight changes in their game that they were trying to bring into effect quite successfully at times against New Zealand. So I would say it just makes it a little bit different. And, you're still doing your analysis. We're still looking at how other players are playing in the top 14. And we've seen these guys play against these guys, whether it's in players for their URC teams or Premiership teams or whatever in the European Cup. And also, obviously, keep a close eye on the top 14.
You were mentioning the thinking behind this, because it's really special this year. You can have a whole different team from 1 week to the other week. Big players drop for the game after. So what's the thinking behind this depth?
Yeah, we just feel currently we have a way of doing things which is keeping the players engaged, keeping them competitive, keeping them, obviously, when there is disappointment of not being selected, but keeping them producing their own performances, producing assistance for the guys who are in the team or in the 23. You use the word drop there. We don't use that. It's not really, it genuinely isn't in our thinking. It's more of a rotation and trying to give everyone a fair crack to show what they can do for South Africa. And the byproduct of that is that obviously then we end up building a little bit of depth because we can potentially get caps into guys. The season is long for the URC, for the European Cup, for the international season. There's obviously so many games. So it's difficult for one player to play 15, 14, 13 tests all season now. And the games are so physical that rotation is needed. So that's the thing.
And on building your squad, giving young guys opportunities. I also reach a point where there's just some experienced guys and going to be left with a gap. too many young guys. So yeah, going to be a tactic bridge for me as a younger guy coming in and get some more caps. So looking forward for the next few weeks.
What would it mean to you to play, maybe if you play on Saturday on such a big stage, and France would be really motivated?
Yes, it would be a massive opportunity for me. Still hasn't gotten a lot of caps yet. So it'll be probably one of my biggest games. Yeah, Paris, my first time here in Paris. Being here with this squad of players of this quality helps, obviously. So yeah, I think it's going to be a massive battle. And
when did you watch the quarterfinal World Cup game in South Africa and France, and what did you say when you watched the game?
Yeah, I was back home in South Africa watching with some friends, but yeah, obviously a massive game to watch. Great passion for both teams, and I'm very proud of the boys, and special to be with them. Now we're back in France again. For another round.
Johan, Garthy is a type of coach who likes heavy players on his bench, and that's been his success in the Six Nations. In the preparation for this week, is that something that the team is looking at? That they're going to have the forwards coming off the bench as well. It's going to be a forward dominating game, probably. Is that what you're expecting?
Yeah, we're expecting obviously big guys, strong guys, with a lot of skills as well. So I think guys coming from the bench will look to give some new energy. But yeah, it's two nations with big pride in set piece and playing a physical game. So we'll definitely be out there doing our best, and overpower them in set piece and generally that program.
And quickly about last weekend, you came back into the squad now and you've played against Japan. How was it just to get out there in the green jersey again and play again? And what was it like at Wembley?
Yeah, it was great. Been out for a few months. Joined the squad again last week. But yeah, glad to got the opportunity and glad to have the first one in a while in the pocket. So looking forward to the rest of the season.
Felix,
He's a brilliant analyst, full stop. So whether we're playing France or any team, he's got an incredibly effective way of getting a message across, and a brilliant guy to have him there. So obviously his experience with French players in general, and just having been over here for so long, just gives us a little bit of an insight. But having said that, it's been 2 years since he was in the system here, to put it like that, or a year and a half. He actually still, I think he still has a apartment there, and he goes over and back. So no, it's definitely. If I could put an advantage, to have someone that would be so in the know. So yeah.
Is that it? Any further questions?
And we are live. Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Forever Sports. Friday morning. We are just over 24 hours away from the eagerly anticipated clash, Springboks versus France. And what a game it's going to be. I really think that we're in for an absolute cracker. Lots of people talking about the fact that if you hype up a game too much, sometimes it can underdeliver. That was definitely the case last weekend between Ireland and the All Blacks. But in fairness, I think that we're looking at two sides. Ireland are a side that I think we're always going to be pretty disjointed, given the fact that they haven't played Six Nations. That is a genuine threat with this French side as well. The fact that they might not be able to kick into gear. However, I think there's so much riding on this game. I think this game is far more personal for the French than it is for Ireland, or than it was for Ireland. And I think it's far more personal from the Boks in terms of understanding what the French are trying to do by going out and almost, shutting us up, for example, or exacting revenge for what happened, back in the World Cup. But I do also think that there is so much more on the line tomorrow evening than last weekend, and that's up to France, for example. So a genuine home support, not, for example, an exhibition match overseas, which very rarely lives up to the ability, to be honest. If you look at a lot of invitational matches and the likes of that, lots of teams underperform. You look at the All Blacks last year for the game against Twickenham, for example, when the Boks put what was then a record defeat on the All Blacks. 2 years ago in the World Cup, the All Blacks didn't really pitch up. So I also think that exhibition games just genuinely don't have that kind of pull, for example, to really pitch up versus going to France, in the heart of France, in Paris, where you're going to get a very hostile environment, for example, it's going to feel like a proper test match. It's going to, feel like it's not a gimmick. It's not just this money maker on a weird sort of field in the middle of nowhere. It is at the French home ground. Although people are always talking about the fact that they would love to take these sort of games to the Velodrome down in Marseille and have a much more a bit more of a hostile environment. They reckon that the atmosphere would actually probably be a lot better. This is what some of the French journalists were saying, and some of the French players were saying that, you go down over there and you play at Marseille, for example, it's a completely different type of atmosphere. It's kind of almost like your sort of football, sort of almost hooligan type of thing, and it gets very, very intense versus in Paris. And I think that what it would be quite cool is seeing them take more games to the rugby strongholds, really, in France, which is traditionally in sort of the south of France. When you think of your Bordeaux, for example, Toulouse, Toulon, the likes of those, the traditional rugby powerhouse these days, La Rochelle, for example, and the way they've come through. But the point is, we're playing at one of the most iconic venues out there. It is also the venue where we dumped France out the World Cup. It is the venue where they play all their rugby. So I do think that we are going to get a really good spectacle. I really do think that tomorrow is going to be a great game. And I really hope that the Boks do rock up, and I'd really like to see us go and put some pressure on them early, and really threaten to go big, for example. I mean, it's for me is so many different players who are under pressure tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they respond. First of all, looking at this team, Bowen Venter, what an opportunity this is for him. It's his biggest test of his career so far. He's played 5 tests, kind of here, there, everywhere, and but he's a player who wasn't involved in the Boks before this year. He wasn't even really on the radar, I don't think. He'd never been to a lineman camp. He'd never been to those online ones, for example. And all of a sudden, he gets called into the Boks squad, and he makes his debut against Georgia, where he starts and gets 44 minutes. He then played against Australia ×2 off the bench, not a lot of minutes there, and then did get 30 minutes against New Zealand in that first test where we lost, and then played against Argentina where he started, and we won that game at home. So it's been a very interesting career for Bowen Venter, but this is his big opportunity, I feel, to really sort of stake a bit of a claim, because he's not starting against France, which is a big pack. There's a lot of talk about the scrum, for example. European sides genuinely are much better from a set piece dominance point of view. France in particular have been a very good scrummaging side for the last few years. So it's a big opportunity for him to really, really show what he can do. And I think that he's a player who I'm very much kind of under the microscope for tomorrow to see how he copes. But like what Zach Porthen was last weekend, who I think looked very good in scrums, made a couple of nice tackles, didn't get enough on the ball to really show his mettle. But so I think that Bowen Venter is a big player under the microscope tomorrow. Lut Yaga, I'm expecting a really big game from him. Lots of people saying that Eben Etzebeth has dropped his performance and that he shouldn't be even being picked, with some of the comments being yesterday. So he apparently is under the microscope as well. In terms of the backline, Jason Creel's maybe been under a little bit of pressure. There's a lot of talk between him and Kane Moody, for example. Damien Willems, there'll be question marks over his fitness. And then the big question is, can Sasha do it on the biggest stages? Can he keep doing it on the biggest stages? Because he has been doing it in the last few months. But can he do it again? And can he keep producing this high level of performance from the get-go? Can he put us over the line? Can he put us on the front foot early on in the game? Baseball earlier said no Pollard France by 20. That's a pretty wild statement. And Tien van den Berg says, think we'll win or lose by a kicking game this week. Sasha and Willemse should be up for it, I think. Line out and scrum the next big battle. Grobbies must have a good showing off the bench. Yeah, I think that's also, and then you look at the bench, big opportunity for Jan Grobelot to stake a claim. Marnus van der Merwe was brought in. I don't understand why he didn't get more opportunity. I think it was really frustrating. I think you look at the game time that Marnus van der Merwe was afforded, which wasn't much, and Johan Grobelot comes in and gets 2 games in a row, for example. He's the only hooker, so he's I can't really understand. Look, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve it, but I really think that the chance of getting an opportunity now should have been afforded to Marnus van der Merwe, who came in, never really let us down, to be honest. I don't think he had a bad game for the Boks, so I don't know if it's just the case of the way he trained, for example. But you look at what Marnus van der Merwe had minutes wise. And you look at how Johan Grobelot is going to get probably 20 to 30 minutes almost every week. He'll probably start next week. And he's probably going to get more minutes potentially than Marnus van der Merwe has. Marnus van der Merwe got a total for the Boks of 100 minutes, across 4 games. Whereas Johan Krobelaar has already gotten 36 minutes in his first game. So yeah, I feel for Marnus, but it's a big opportunity for Jan Krobelaar because he can go and stake a claim. He can go and show everybody that he's the genuine number 2 hooker, for example. They have opted not to bring in Bongi Manami despite not having Jan Hendrik Wessels. So I think that Malcolm Marx and Jan Hendrik Wessels are pretty locked in, and now we're looking at that third option. We looked at Marnus van der Merwe, not much, I don't think. Now we're looking at Johan Krobelaar. And what are the other options there? The rugby commentary final has the Roots, says Stevie P, Boks by 11 or more. Keep shining in the muck, Roots. Love it, Roots. Hope things are well your side. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun weekend. But yeah, so I think that Johan Krobelaar's got a big opportunity off the bench. Obviously, a huge test for Andre Esterhuizen. I wouldn't say much to prove, but it's a big test for him because there is no Kwagga Smith, and we've opted to go with the big Andre Esterhuizen. So he now needs to try and see if he can fill the role. I don't think he's ever going to start ahead of Kwagga Smith on the bench, if he's available at this stage. But if he does a job tomorrow, then all of a sudden we sit there saying, well, it's not the end of the world if Kwagga Smith is injured, for example. We do have other options. And the likes of that. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to sort of see how we deploy the bench as well in terms of do we go with the whole bomb squad on at a certain time, 50-odd minutes, and then you'll unload 6 players in Krobelaar, Steenekamp, Wilco Louw, Snyman, Nortje, Esterhuizen, bang. There goes the entire forwards. And you're probably replacing everyone bar Pieter-Steph du Toit and Jasper Wiese, would be my guess, in terms of ideally who you probably want to replace tomorrow. And then the Grant Williams, Manie Liebach off the bench. Can they bring that flair, that impact, that pace of play in the second half? Can they really take the game to France as the game rolls on, or is it going to be a case of it's the conditions might not suit, for example, or they might not have the ability to be able to turn it up when we need them to? I think they'll be okay, but I think that'll be a big not question mark, but a big observation, or a big focus point. That's probably the better word. Focus point of the game tomorrow will be how they come off the bench. Jess, so I've selected Kwagga ahead of Nortje. There's plenty of cover for lock. Need Kwagga's fetching ability late in the game. Yeah, so unfortunately he is injured, and that's why he's not available. Because he's got a slight niggle, and unfortunately isn't available. Sounds like he should be back from next week. And I'm sure we'll be involved against Ireland, hopefully. But I do agree, we are going to miss his fetching ability. And that's not a critique of Andre Esterhuizen. I mean, look, maybe Andre Esterhuizen has been spent the entire week with Kwagga Smith. He's about to become this phenomenal hybrid, like freak, where he's winning turnovers, running people over, the likes of that. But it's not just a case of the technique to be able to jackal. It's the understanding of when to do it, when not to do it, the awareness of the situation and the likes of that. DD says Esterhuizen has been one of the best players this year. To be honest, he definitely has, 100%. He's probably playing the rugby of his life at the moment. And we keep throwing him in the deep end. Go play and go and cover flank, for example, and see what you can do. And so there's a lot to pick apart there. Chris says this game will show if Sasha FM has the greatness, he is going to be marked and showed suffocation. Interested to see how he adapts. What I'm really excited about is that he's going up against a world-class fly half. I was watching a video yesterday, and they basically said which team would Sasha Zulu start for, which wouldn't he start for, and they basically said he wouldn't start for France, he wouldn't start for Scotland, and 50-50 as to whether he'd start ahead of Ford for England. But the person actually said that they reckon he'd start ahead of Bowden Barrett right now, and Dan McKenzie for the All Blacks, and he'd start again ahead of them. So Romain Intermac is one of the best fly halves in the world. Now, can Sasha outshine him? Can he go up against Romain Intermac, take it in the stride, and say, "Come, I'm going to dust you," basically? That's what I'm excited to see. Is can he really go up against one of the top tens and go toe to toe with him? I think that's what really excites me about Sasha, is that he's such a competitor that he'll look at that and it'll be a really big challenge for him. You know, I think he'll really relish it. He'll sit there saying this is a huge opportunity for him to show what he's about. And that for me, I think it shows you the mentality he's got. He definitely has that kind of, I'm going to prove you wrong, for example. I'm going to show why I'm the best. And I'm really hoping that in that regard, that he puts in a big shift tomorrow and he tries to go toe to toe with the Intermac and he hopefully comes up tops. So Jay says, Russ said he has trained all week and is not due to injury selective. Yeah, but the official release is he did have a niggle. So I think a lot of it was not to risk that. Tim Van Berg says, big pressure also on Marnie's ability to close out a game. Think he's up to it, general play, but if we trail by one with a penalty on the halfway, ... Yeah, so I think his goal kicking's been a lot better this year. I'd love to go and see what a season. In fact, I actually think I probably might be able to go and check what a season goal kicking has been for Marnie Liebach. It's been a lot better. I don't know if it's been a technique change, but a mentality change, for example, but he has kicked a lot better. Rusty even made the joke about he doesn't know if it's the rhino balls, for example, but something's clicked and he is kicking a lot better. So his kicking, yeah, so his season success rate so far for conversions is 82%. I mean, that's if he operates at 82% moving forward, then fucking phenomenal. That's exactly what I want to see, because that's where he can. Then it's not even a factor. For example, you know, he's not. It's not. It's a situation where you're going to say, well, you know, you're not having to worry about his goal kicking. You know, he'll never be a 100 Pollard, especially in terms of these big clutch moments. Pollard's had that sort of pedigree and he's had that experience. But if he can kick at 75% plus, I'm happy. And he has had big moments, you know, sort of that whole idea, for example, he's got no BMT is nonsense. You know, you don't lead a side to the URC in the debut season, you know, without having BMT. You know, you think of that, I mean, he nailed that conversion to the right-hand side up against the right touchline, the hardest conversion you could do after the 80th minute to win those games. You know, he's had clutch moments. He's also had some poor moments, obviously, in the box side. But now we're starting to see maybe an evolution of him from a mental point of view to understand slightly better how to sort of play at the end of games. And obviously, you only get that sort of experience when you're playing more and more test rugby. He went into that World Cup in 2023 with next to no test, by the way. We really don't talk about that enough. The fact that he went in there as the only number 10 under all the pressure. And yeah, there were some poor moments and he struggled with his goal kicking, but he also produced some absolute magic moments during that World Cup. I mean, he's a player who's only played now to date 27 times for the Boks, of which I reckon at least about 17 of those have come since the World Cup. Maybe 15 of those since the World Cup. So we talk about, I mean, he made his debut and he played 6 games the leading into the World Cup. And then 4 games into that. So he went into the World Cup with fewer than 10 caps to his name. And produced some man of match performance, you know, the no cock against Scotland, which was, they said, you know, that was our big game. You know, if we beat Scotland, for example, we could afford to lose against Ireland, and he turned it up. So we definitely see a progression in Marnie Liebach, and I really hope that now we're going to see a mature version of him, which is only going to kick on, because he's only 28 years old. This guy's got another 6 years in him. You know, he could have another 2 World Cups. He could be playing in 2031 and be 34 years old. So we really need him. We want him to kick on because he's got lots and lots of rugby left in him for the Boks. And the way he's playing at the moment, if you have that player for another 6 years, then that's a special player. Ray says yes, and said yes. And Rusty also said that a bunch of other players will get a go next week. Brent Cranford says, do you think Estasian should have gotten the nod ahead of De Lende? Damien has been a little off the past few matches. I disagree with you there. I thought he was very good last weekend. But I understand. I can go with... I think Damien De Lende is always such a safe pick, isn't it? You know, he's not maybe got the flair that sometimes Andre Estasian shows. Maybe he's not always as barbaric in the carry in terms of bursting through, but how often does he take 2 to 3 players with him, for example, get over the advantage line, especially in the short. Andre Esterhuizen's a very good player. I think last week he showed that he's getting a lot better in close contact. But traditionally, Andre, for example, has often been the he runs into space at pace and he just bulldozes people. Damon Delaney's got probably one of the best abilities in close quarters without having to come from a run-up to get over the advantage line. And that's why they sort of always spoke about him having like an auxiliary loose forward, is that just in like those close quarters where ball pops up, for example, he just makes meters. So I think that they got the right decision, and I think you've got the option now. If Damon Delende is not playing well, you can put Andre Esterhuizen at 12 and you say, right, that's the work. If Damon Delende is playing well, you then say, fantastic, Andre Esterhuizen goes onto the flank. So I love that that's an option. I mean, it's crazy to think that 6 months ago we wouldn't have even dreamt of this, and now we're discussing it as if it's going to actually happen. Because it is going to potentially happen. So Matthew says, we have fetches on the pitch. I believe this team is ready to play Tony Ball and Russ Ball as a blend. My thinking is this will be the first time the blend of dominance and flair will be mastered. Well, I hope so. Trendy Draco says, we trailed by 3 against Sweden when Marnie came on and we won it. Yeah, I think that for me was a defining moment. And I spoke about the player ratings because I was waxing lyrical, and somebody said, oh, calm down, like, we would have won anyway. And I said, yeah, but again, he came on, we were losing, and look what he did. And I think that game was a turning point for him. And you could see it happening where he looked and he thought, oh, there's a 50-50 pass there, but I'm going to hold on to it, or I'm going to kick over into the space. And you could see decision-making was so much better in that test. And I think that was a genuine turning point in his Bokke career. And I think the Boks management noticed that, and they've gone, there it is. There is the money we've been waiting for. To not only have the ability to open up the game, but the awareness of when to do it. Racer 10 says, Marnie kick success rate in 2024 was about 72%. I'll take that. Akan says, I think there was a social media hit on Marnie during the 2023 World Cup. He is a far better player than he gets credit for. Top 10 in the world in his position. Yassine Baker says, Marnie had 9 tests before starting as the only fly half in the line. The only fly half. That's insane pressure. It was insane pressure. Trendy Draco says, Marnie Liebach was fly half against the greatest win against New Zealand. And Stefan Berg says, Damien's breakdown work is highly underrated among fans. Not flashy, but great for ball retention and pressure. 100%. I think so is Jesse Creels, actually. They operate very well together in that sense. And then Matthew's saying, Damien is Mr. Consistent. Andre is creating his own narrative of his own. We're just so lucky to have both of them, aren't we? To have those as your two options is quite wild. So, yeah, I'm just chuffed that we got them. And long may they continue to both play well and push each other. And it's going to be a very, very fun weekend of watching Damien Delende do his business, seeing how Andre Esterhuizen goes about his business. And really, really can't wait to see which players stand up this weekend. And the players that don't, for example, necessarily maybe pitch up, they'll know they're under pressure because there's no player here who doesn't have competition. Maybe Malcolm Marx, because at the moment we're kind of in between hookers. But even Etzebeth, I mean, I think Jean Klein will play next weekend. And if he plays well, Arcus Neyman's played well in the number 4 jersey. He's got a bit of pressure that moving forward, obviously there's a lot of players that can potentially put pressure on them. But even then, 9-10, Kubus, Sasha's playing well, but Marnie's playing well. Andre's around. Kubus playing well, but Grant Williams is on his day that one of the best, if not the best, scrum half in the world at times. And, even Kurt Lawrence, you'd never think that him and Cheslin Coley's position are ever up for debate. But then you've got Ethan Hooker playing phenomenal rugby at the moment. Damien Willemse, well, he's back and fit and looking good, but Apple Fassi had 2 great seasons. Jesse Creel's under pressure from Kane and Moody. Damien Delende is under pressure from Andre Esterhuizen. And it's such a healthy place to be in as a squad that we've got so many options. I mean, we've got so many people who are really laying down the gauntlet every time they get the chance. Tim Vandenberg says, is Krappies in the squad? Think he'll get a chance next weekend? I do. He is. And I think I do think. Well, I hope we'll see it next weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him partnering Andre Pollard against Italy, so he can get a run out. That would be my sort of guess, and I think that's going to be quite a cool. I mean, it seems very normal, quite a usual partnership. Those two. Monica Vandenberg, very much. They sort of see him as the next Faf de Klerk. I'd love to see him get more opportunities in all all sense. I think he's such a good player. I think we're not giving him enough chances to show that. I mean, he'd probably get a few more caps into him as well. But Kubus Reinhardt is just playing so well. And I think that's credit to Kubus, who responded. Because they brought in Morne van den Berg, and I think they said, listen, we got our option. And then Kubus basically said, no, I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. And you're not going to just, move me along like that. And we need more of that, to be honest. We need more of those sort of players that we think are done all of a sudden stepping up and saying, no, I'm still around, for example, and I can do the job. Albert van Lingen says, if the Boks have a weakness, it's the back three selection with no Moody and Hooker that are better under the high ball. So expect to see France kick a lot more testers. I think it will be a focus point for France to challenge, Kirtley and Chesney under the high ball. I don't think they're bad players under the high ball, but obviously not quite the physicality that Moody has and Ethan Hooker has. So that's their challenge, isn't it? Because Curly Irons will be very aware of the fact that that Ethan Hooker's been playing so well. And he'll be very aware of the fact that if he doesn't get things right, for example, and if he doesn't play well, then there's pressure. And there's a lot of pressure on him. So I'm really looking forward to that aspect of it. So we're going to wrap up there, people. Got a lot of stuff to get through. So it was a bit of a shorter show today, but thank you very much for jumping on. And Tim van den Berg says, in closing, saying, it's interesting and dynamic at scrum half because Kubus is playing probably the best rugby of his career, but he's also 35. I think that's the big thing. I think he's reminding people that age is but a number. And if he keeps playing like this, you've got to keep backing him. But I agree. I think he is playing. It's the first time I've actually gone and said, Kubus is properly world class. I think he was very good in France, and I think he obviously had some fantastic games, but I just never really saw it translate to the Boks in the way it's translating at the moment. But yeah, please do smash the like on the way out. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll see you tomorrow for the big watch along. Make sure you are got notifications on so that you come and join me and we have a fun evening tomorrow night. And I'll see you guys all then. Until then, keep safe, keep well. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sport for the Wednesday lunchtime show. And lots to get to. About 24 hours away from Rassie Erasmus picking his Springbok, or announcing rather, his Springbok side to face France this weekend. And very interesting to see what that side's going to look like. We're expecting a potential century for Siya Kolisi, who is set to make his 100th appearance for the Boks on Saturday. Big question marks over the front row, set to lock pairing, for example, the 9-10 combo. In fact, there's actually questions kind of over everything besides probably the back three. The back three will be Siya Kolisi, Peter Steph, the Toy, Jasper Wiese. Be very surprised if that would have changed, but everything else I think is pretty much up for debate, and that makes it quite exciting from a selection point of view. We're also very keen to sort of see what France looks like with quite a few injuries in and amongst the mix. Now, today we're talking a little bit about a article that, or a quote rather, to be honest, that Maxime Luchu said. We spoke about stealing the World Cup from France, and it was actually quite a cool quote from Maxime Luchu, and we're going to chat about exactly what he had to say, quite complimentary about the Boks themselves, and the whole concept of the Boks stealing the World Cup, which, first of all, he did say for a start, and it was quite an interesting couple of articles you actually saw from the French players about mentally what the kind of the game did for the French, and kind of why this is such an important game for them, and where they feel they really need to try and put things right. And it was interesting because you talk about all the different words that were said throughout that World Cup, for example, and even for example when Damien Delende came out saying that he didn't feel sorry for them that they got on. And and the fact that they felt that France had almost sort of stolen the bid from South Africa under some very dodgy circumstances, and they kind of felt that maybe it was a bit of revenge. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about all the different mind games going into the game, and I think this is a much bigger game for France than it probably is for the Boks. Far more personal, I think. At the end of the day, we've got nothing really to prove. We won the World Cup. We got what we wanted out of it. We didn't, we've got nothing to sit there saying, oh no, we would have liked to have done this, we'd like to have done that. We went to France, came away with the trophy. So pretty happy days, really. France, however, disappointed, bombed out and as a result have got far more riding on the game on Saturday itself. And it's an interesting sort of sideshow really to the game this weekend, and I think that it's going to add to a lot of it. I mean, I think I always talk about the fact that narratives, and so I really enjoyed the kind of interview, and it's semantics at the end of the day. But it's really cool to see that there's a whole off-field aspect to the game this weekend, and it's not just another game of rugby, and it's not just just a test match between two nations, two decent nations, and who's going to be number one. That there really is a narrative building into the game itself. So please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And let's get into the article, shall we? So this is what Maxime Luchu had to say about the situation. And he basically said that they're very much out to right the wrongs of 2023 in terms of them coming up short. And this is what he had to say, according to what he had to say to EPCR Rugby. He said, it was a massive defeat for us, the World Cup quarterfinal in 2023. For us, the French people, it's really stuck with us. It was our World Cup and they came and stole it off us. It was such a great game. And he's not wrong. It was a phenomenal game. And, he very much acknowledges the fact that the Springboks deserved, well, not necessarily deserved, but played a really good game. But I think there was that sense of feeling that we stole it off them. And to be honest, I suppose kind of did, didn't we? To a certain degree, nobody's saying it was wrong for doing it, but it wasn't our World Cup to take, wasn't it? Everybody sat there saying that we weren't really the favourites going 2023 World Cup. We were kind of undercooked. It was, all set to be a France-Ireland final. That was kind of the thinking. We lost to Ireland. We had a couple of injuries, major injuries, like some Malcolm Marks, no Andre Pollard, no Lekanya, for example. So I think there was a sense of the French felt that they had a generational side at the time. They had a team good enough to win the World Cup. They had home ground advantage. They had everything they needed to go and win the World Cup. They had the World Player of the Year, who then got injured and came back. And within 80 minutes, this whole idea of we're going to go and lift this Webber's trophy in front of our home crowd was completely shattered by a Springbok side that went on to go and win the World Cup. And going on, he said he spoke about the Boks themselves in terms of the team and what they bring. And he said they're much more than just brutes. He said it's true, they're unbelievably strong, but they've also got a lot of quick and nimble youngsters coming through. There's talent everywhere. They're a complete side. He then said we can't wait to take them on. They're back-to-back world champions. Everything's set up for a perfectly great game. I agree. I think this is really, really set up to be an absolute corker on Saturday, and I'm really looking forward to and I really hope that the French do come out firing and take some early shots. And I want to see the Boks being put under all sorts of pressure. I want to see us being fronted up in scrums. I want to see our lineouts under attack. I want to see line breaks being challenged by the French. I want to really see us being extended. I want to see a sense of a grudge match. I want to feel that there's almost a bit of a hostile environment within the Stade de France, because that is what we need in the sport. We need games like this where there is a sense of, you inverted commas wronged us and we're going to set things right. And it's, as I said, no one's sitting there saying it was an illegal thing and, how dare you do it. And we got to stop being so sensitive in rugby. We really do. We've got to stop getting so uptight about anything that anyone says being taken so personally. Because I think a lot of it, we need to build these kind of rivalries. So when Maxime says, it was our World Cup when they came and stole it from us, I don't think it's a sense of entitlement in terms of they believe that the World Cup belonged to them, but they just were so aware that that was their best chance to win a World Cup. And it was. It 100% was. Look at what World Cup advantage has done. South Africa 1995, I don't think they win the World Cup outside of South Africa. Does New Zealand win the World Cup in 2011? Potentially, but if that wasn't France, you think of how close that final was, then I think that the French could have gotten the job done. So I do think that home ground advantage definitely plays a role. 100% plays a role. And it's not a case of them being entitled, but, you sit there and you probably start to believe that the stars have aligned. You've got a World Cup at a time where you are one of the best sides in the world. You've got a few generational players, and you're sitting there and you're so confident in the fact that you're going to go and lift this trophy, and then bang, all of a sudden you've been dumped out in the quarterfinals. quarterfinal exit. I mean, that's a failure by that French team in the World Cup to be dumped out in the quarterfinals. Regardless of the fact that you lost to the Boks who went on to go and win, for example, you would have sat there beginning of the tournament as a French fan saying, we needed to go to the final. That should have been the minimum expectation, was to get to a final, and they didn't even get to a semi. They got dumped out of the first opportunity, really, and first playoff game. They managed to get through the group stage and then got dumped out in the first playoff game. And I think it hurt. It really did hurt. Having been over there at the time and experiencing the whiplash and the how heartbroken the French were. And there was a lot of anger. Obviously, a very controversial match. A couple controversial calls, for example. Lots of people saying that the referee didn't punish, for example, the Ibn Etzebeth knockdown, for example. I still think it's a pretty good decision. And I've watched it over and over and over and over again. But it was a controversial game, as are any 1 point games. And that's another thing, 1 point, a single point. So that really just sort of added to all the fuel. And it really then felt like it was kind of the Boks against the world within France, because we had become public enemy number one, having beaten them in their own World Cup. So it was quite a cool article from Maxime Lucci. It's very complimentary about the Boks, but it shows that there is a feeling that the Boks took that trophy from them, and I think it's basically indicating that this game is personal. It is personal. It's not just another game for France. It is personal. They want to go out and prove a point this weekend. They want to go out and show that they can beat the Boks. That that they are our equals. They want to show they can get the job done when the pressure is on. So it's a really, really cool narrative that's starting to be built up around the game. And I'm hoping it's going to deliver a really good spectacle, because the problem is, even last week, you had a bit of hype being built up around, Ireland versus New Zealand, the rematch, inverted commas, that they had sort of dubbed it as, and it delivered such an awful product on Saturday, where the only thing we talked about was the Tyburn red card, which has been rescinded. And a lot of people disagree with me where I said that I can see why it was a red card. I still can see why it's a red card. I think it's an unfortunate incident, but I still think you look at the letter of the law, for example, you can understand why it's gone there. And I do think that Tyburn gets very unlucky with the timing, but I also think that he doesn't help the cause by moving forward with his arms, crossed across his face, his chest, which is a bit of a silly thing, but it has been rescinded, so he's gotten away with it. And I know a lot of Bok fans are quite annoyed because they're saying that, a red card happens to Tyburn, that gets rescinded, he's free to play this weekend. Jan Vessel's currently serving an 8-week ban, despite there being no video evidence of the alleged incident that's got him banned. So there's a lot of off-field conversations happening at the moment, and not enough basically on the games themselves. And I also think that the biggest problem over the weekend is that Ireland versus New Zealand just served up such a ball fest. Let's call it a spade a spade. Up until the last 10, 15 minutes, it was horrendous. It was a really, really tough watch. And I'm just hoping we really get a better game this weekend between the Boks and France than what we saw there, because that was just a horrible, horrible game. And I think we will. I do think that the game is, and I think that the Boks are playing well at the moment. So I think that they're playing better than Ireland are. They're playing better than New Zealand are. And so France will have to play well to nullify that. So, from a Bok perspective, if the French don't pitch up and we go and put 30-40 on them, we're going to be very happy. We're going to say it's a great game. If the French do pitch up and it becomes quite a intense clash, then it should also be quite an entertaining game. So I think that hopefully we have got a French team which can play some really nice rugby. I mean, we saw them against the All Blacks, a young team, a very much rotated team, took the All Blacks on and actually played some really cool rugby at a stage. And they've got some very, very exciting players who can come in and change a game. So I think that there is enough form and hopefully, especially, and France always played at a relatively high level, because especially the top 14 is operated at such a high level. So it's not a case of players who've been playing, all over the place and then kind of come together, or haven't been playing a lot of rugby. much like I think that was the problem with Ireland. I think a lot of those players haven't played enough recently, and they just didn't really click. We saw England looking much better for against the Wallabies despite having not played, but we didn't see that with Ireland. They just didn't click. They had I think no line breaks, and when do we ever see an Irish side not have any line breaks? So it was a very uncharacteristically poor Irish performance. And the one thing that they used to worry about if you're a French fan is the fact that France haven't played, that they haven't been able to get out there and have a hit out. So this will be the first time they've played properly as a group together, pretty much since the Six Nations, because it is a bit of a different squad to what we saw in the mid-year series up against the All Blacks. The Boks, they can be opposite. They've played a lot of rugby together, and they've been together now, bar a 2-week sabbatical for close on 2-3 months. They've been together basically since the end of June. So it's a much more settled Boks side up against a French side that are a bit of an unknown, really. So it's a cool situation to be in, because I think that it favors, if these two teams are playing at their absolute best, home ground advantage, you're kind of saying, well, France probably have the upper edge. But the way we've played so far this year, all of a sudden we're kind of going with a bit of confidence, saying, we're going to go and beat this French side. And we're going to go and really break their hearts again and go back-to-back games instead de France, which would be absolutely epic if we do. So going to some of the comments, Murray Ross says, I haven't really seen much hype about this game compared to others. Thoughts? I think there has been some. I think that generally we're a bit quiet at the moment. I think we've kind of not really got into the automation series, and I think that we had a quiet week. I think what didn't help last weekend, genuinely, and I'm going to say it again, I don't think the Ireland New Zealand game helped last weekend. So I think that, we were kind of getting up for automation series. We saw a nice game against Japan where the Boks played well, and we were like, this is cool. And then it all kind of just fizzled out because we saw an absolute terrible match between Scotland and the USA, or Scotland just trounced them, and we saw an awful match between Ireland versus New Zealand, and even the Wallabies versus Australia. I think a lot of people were hoping that was going to be closer. So I think that when we see games that just don't quite live up to the hype, we maybe then sort of just don't get as excited. But I think that as the weekend rolls on, I think we'll start to get more excited about this game. And I think that the Ireland game will probably be the big hype, because I think it always takes us a while to get into the Autumn Nations series. It's not quite the Six Nations sort of spectacle, for example. It sometimes takes a while to really get into it. We've also had international, so it's not like, the mid-year series for the Boks, we're suddenly like, Boks season's back, first Boks game of the year. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the hype. I don't think there's been any less, for example, or more media. I just think that we've had so much rugby recently, we're maybe not as excited as we might have been if this, for example, in the first game of the season. But I do think as we get into the weekend, a lot of this will start to pick up. So Rochelle says, how can we steal the cup? Outrageous. Vincent says, home advantage is not entitlement to the World Cup. Christian says, first Murphy, now Burn, not to mention the shenanigans Sexton's ban for 2023. Ivan P says, for me, just churning up media hype, latching on to everything possible to build this one up on all levels, which is all good. Well, I think so. I think that, and that's kind of the role of the media, isn't it? So, at the end of the day, if you're going to sit there and say, no, but you know what, he actually meant this. And I think it's we've got to try and find these narratives. We've got to expand on these narratives. And that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? Is to say, well, what do you have to say about it? And why sort of they saying it? And even if it's a fleeting comment and he maybe doesn't say it with the kind of aggression and the steeliness that, some people might think, it still provides an insight as to what the French are thinking, that they still believe that, that they buckled and that it hurt. And I think that there is a certain amount of, not necessarily animosity, but there's a certain amount of, we've got to go and show this Boks side. We've got to go prove a point against them. And I think that gives us an indication that they're going to come hard at us. And that's what we really, really want to see. So Ivan says, yes, it's a huge test, but Eden Park meant more for me. If the French get this over the line, then good on you, but the World Cup is still the Boks. If I had to choose one, I'd rather have a Dublin win. I don't know. I think I kind of prefer to beat France, to be honest, especially the way that Ireland played last week. I think this is still a bit more of a grudge match, but obviously for Ireland, we've lost. We should have beaten them 2-0 last year. Obviously a phenomenal drop goal towards the end. Shout out Jamie Osborne for breaking my heart. But I still think this is probably kind of the game I'd like us to win. Maybe a bit more. But welcome, Atkins, to the Forever Sports Members Club. I don't know why we don't have our animation. There we go. And If you'd like to become a member, please do consider joining. It is the pinned chat over there. We are trying to get 1.6 members per day, although we are a couple of members short so far this week. So we've got to try and catch that up. So if you are watching, please do consider becoming a member. It is a very nominal amount, and you get access to a couple of perks. We do, for example, a exclusive Q&A at the back of team announcements, as well as the player rating shows every week. And you also get a cool little badge next to your name. You get access to a whole bunch of cool little stickers and stuff like that. And the main thing is it really helps us up our coverage on the channel itself. Christian says, yeah, I mean, Eden Park was the big one. I think the Dublin test is more important than this French-France game. We owe the Irish one. K3A says, considering they stole the hosting, don't think they can complain we stole the title. That was what David Lindy had to say. You know, if we go back to it, he basically said that he didn't feel sorry about for France knocking them out. He said that the motivation that the Boks had is that they felt that the French had stolen the World Cup hosting from them. So there was a sense of this was personal for them in that respect. You know, that this was supposed to be played in front of our home crowd. You stole the opportunity for us to play, you know, at Ellis Park in the final and have our South African fans there witnessing this. You know, you robbed us of that. You know, all these players will never play in a home World Cup. So I think that that's where it was really personal for the Boks. And he said, and I'll quote it over here. He said, Rusty brought it up, and it's hard because sometimes you read things, and it's always made out to be that we are the bad guys, but people forget what France did to host the World Cup again. So yeah, I don't feel sorry for them. It's sport. It's tough losing by 1 point, especially in the quarterfinal, but it is what it is. And they also said we haven't hosted a World Cup since 1995. I don't know when we will host another World Cup in South Africa, but 2023 was probably our best chance, and it felt like it was in our hands and then just got taken away from us. So, yeah, I mean, that's when it was very, very personal for the Boks. Now, fast forward 2 years, it's very personal for the French because they're now sitting there saying, well, you basically embarrassed us in our own home World Cup. And we kind of felt that we kind of exacted our revenge. But now they're going to try and exact their revenge on Saturday. And I hope they come all guns blazing, and I hope it's an absolute cracker of a game because it is a late night kickoff, and we're going to have to dig deep to get through it. But we obviously will be live on the Watchalong, and we will have player ratings and the likes of that. So don't you stress. It is going to be a busy Saturday evening. But in terms of some other news, in terms of predictions, for example, for a team, they are open, people. Go to mypicks.app. And get your predictions in. If you haven't seen the app, this is what it looks like. Let me pull it up over here and see what you got. And basically, we want to try and really see how many people we can get to go and predict the box side, because it's going to be an interesting one to try and predict. So tomorrow we'll be doing our prediction show. But basically, this is kind of what it's all about. And you can go to mypicks.app. That is the domain. And you can go and try and predict the box side, which is you go to basically go onto the website, and it looks a little something like this. This is the MyPicks platform, so you can go over there and you can actually go and build your team, and you can see over there, for example, Asnata Clavicania in for Oxen Chair, and you can go across and add players to this to the team. So you can go and decide if you're going to put Thomas Latoy in there, we're going to put Johan Krobbelaar in there, we're going to put Vilko Low, we're going to have even Edspeth at 5 for chits and gigs, and you can go and build your side there on mypicks.app. So if you haven't already, first of all, why not? But go and check it out, mypicks.app. Go and register. Go and get your predictions in. And then tomorrow, when we actually get the announcement, it'll actually score your predictions, and you can go check how you did. So, for example, if you go look at the team leagues over here, you will see that there's a certain person that is leading the Springbok team predictor, and I tell you what, you know, you'd be bold to go to take him on, because he evidently knows his stuff. Because the person leading the leaderboard is yourself, yours truly. CP there got 18 points last week with my team prediction, 11 players right, 7 positions right, and so the Freedom Sports community, by the way, which is what we're going to do our show tomorrow, end up with 12 predictions correct. So I want to see who of you guys have done your prediction. Do you reckon you can go and can you beat the master? I'm going to call myself that until somebody overtakes me. Can you go and beat the master at the team prediction? Have you gone and locked in your team prediction? Because, I need more competition here. I mean, 2 guys just behind me, but I've got a lead. At the end of the day, I've got an early lead. So go and get your predictions in. You can also go do your score prediction. And this is the platform we use to do our player ratings as well. So it's all there on mypicks.app. You can go and create leagues for yourself, for example. So team prediction leagues. So you can play against your mates and see who's the best person at trying to play Rusty Erasmus. You can do score prediction leagues for just the Bokke games. You can do for all the other games. And we've got new sports as well coming as well. So people, we're trying to get, lots of times every day. We had about 16, 17 yesterday. So I'd love to get another 15, 16 today. So if you have not gone and signed up, go check it out right now. It's all free. There is a premium version, which has a couple of premium features, but it is in general completely free to play. And this is what we're waiting to see tomorrow. That big Springbok prediction for round 2 when we predict against for France. So that is coming up tomorrow. So if you haven't already, make sure you go and check out my picks and go and predict your squads and the likes of that. The referee, I actually had it somewhere here. I can tell you in a second. The referee for this weekend is this was a very long time ago, 2025, Moment Internationals. The appointment for this weekend is here we go. It's Angus Gardner is our referee. He'll be assisted by Nika Amashkeli and Christopher Ridley. Ian Tempest is the TMO, and your bunker and the likes of that is Andrew Jackson. So yeah, it's hopefully Angus Gardner has a quiet game. That's all I want. It's all I ever want when it comes to referees. You want referees to have a quiet game. You don't want to just basically be talking about referees. That's the best result you can get when it comes to refs, that you just don't end up talking about them a lot. Whether we'll get that, well, time will tell. Time will tell. Also, interesting news, if you haven't seen, Lekanya has officially departed the Sharks and will not play again for the Durban-based side. So lots of changes happening down there in Durban. He has officially joined the Mitsubishi Thunderbirds and will be playing in the Japan Division 1 top league moving forward. I think it's a good move for Lekanya. I really do. I think that, he's not been the Lekanya of old for a while now. He's 32 at the end of this month. So coming to the last 2-3 years of his career, going in the bank, go and get some cash money in. Because I think with that knee injury, he might have a curtailed career. And it's sad because I think that we missed out on a player who could have and should have played many, many more tests. But unfortunately, due to injuries, just never quite got there. And I think it's sad that he would never... I mean, in fact, thinking he didn't even get to 50 tests is quite sad. I don't know if we'll see him again for the Boks, but yeah, he's been a fantastic servant. So if that's what we got from him, well, you know what? He created one of the most iconic assists in World Rugby history. And he's also had years where he's been one of the best players in the world. So shout out to Lekanya. He was brilliant for the Sharks for years and years as well. Captained them as well. So he's been a really great service. And I'm glad he's going to go over and he's going to earn a bit of money and hopefully finish his career on his own terms. I think that's what I always also want to see from players is the capacity and the chance to end the careers on their own terms. Not players, for example, like a Brock Harris, who I was there actually when he walked off against Benetton. That was his last game. But Steven Kitsoff, for example, didn't end his career on his own terms, and that's sad because it's a chance missed for these players who given us so much to be able to say, like a Dwayne Vermeulen. I mean, that's the way to go out. Francois Lowe, Beeson Tawira, your last game, you go win a World Cup and you say, thanks guys, that's me done. That's the way to go out. So I really hope that he might not be able to get that from I'll play for the Boks or I'll play in the World Cup, but that's my last game. But I really hope he goes over for Japan for a while and then manages to end his career on his own terms and say, "Cool, I've done what I wanted to do, and now I've had enough." Contender says, "I think the Bulls front row will be starting with Marks, Bowen, and Thomas off the bench." Ooh, I'd be surprised if Malcolm Marks doesn't start. There we go. John in North Market with a couple of stats saying Angus Gardner has officiated 11 games with the Boks, 6 Bok wins to 5 defeats. So much for muchness, in fairness. Christian says Lacquer Angus is decent. Yeah, I don't think he's the worst ref out there. I think there are substantially worse ones. I wasn't impressed with what I saw from Ewan Cross last week, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, I think Angus Gardner's only a more seasoned one. I always try and look out for Luke Pearce. Always think that he's the one to go to. Who are other referees so far this thing? So yeah, we had Ewan Cross last week. Got Angus Gardner next week. Next week we've got James Dolman from New Zealand with Ben O'Keefe and Jamie Rosier. And Ireland we've got Matthew Carley. Yeah, not my favourite. And then Wales we've got Luc Ramos from France. And we haven't. I don't think he's left us that much. So much of a muchness. I'll tell you what I don't see a lot of is there's a sudden lack of South African referees involved. You've got Quinton Immelman and Marius van der Westhuizen on TMO duty, but I'm just seeing Morne Ferreira as one of the actual referees. And that's a bit of a problem, the fact that we don't have enough referees refereeing international games on the circuit at the moment. Because it is a big problem that we're just not producing good enough referees at the moment, which is obviously for our URC games as well, Currie Cup and the likes of that. We've got to make sure that we are exporting a good standard of referee. And I think that at the moment we're kind of buckling a bit with that. So we've got to try and improve that. We need to make sure we're not just exporting good rugby players, but also good good refs, good coaches, good official. I mean, not good official, but good physios, like that. Our rugby exports need to be bigger than just our players. Our rugby IP is really, really solid. And long may that continue. We're going to wrap it up there, people. We've had a good show here. Thank you, everybody, for jumping on. And we will be live this time tomorrow for our player prediction show before we will then actually see the team later on in the afternoon. We'll obviously also be live on Friday. So lots to look forward to throughout the week. Please do smash the like on the way out. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you guys soon. Also, please do consider joining the members club. Big shout out to Candice for becoming our member of the day. We need at least another member of the day, so please do consider becoming a member. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. And France have officially named their 23 to face the Springboks. And just to add a bit of spice, Rusty Erasmus dropped what they expected the French team to be about 45 minutes before it was announced by Fabien Galtier. And did he not absolutely nail it? Even with the front row, for example, the experience being kept on the bench versus in the front, the type of split that they went with. And I tell you what, that's quite an alpha move, isn't it, for Rusty to literally go and name the side 45 minutes to say there might be a few changes, but this is, whatever it's going to be a great clash, and then basically naming the exact 1 to 23. A couple of numbering issues that Rusty's team had, but in essence, it's the same side. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, this is the side that has been named by Fabien Galtier, and some very interesting. And in fact, we're going to actually then put up the Rusty Erasmus version, which has all the stats we need. So in the front row, it's some pretty big opportunities for Baptiste Erosio and Regis Montaigne. They are very, very new to the game, and they're going to be very much relying on the experience of Julien Marchand to carry them, because they've got a sum total of 4 caps between them, 2 each. So that, for me, especially the Boks have now predicted, that means that you wouldn't have any issue starting a Bowen Fenter against that side. You wouldn't have any issue starting, to be honest, I don't think you'd have any issue starting a Zachary Paulson against that front row. I don't think we necessarily will, but they've anticipated it, and they've now got it correct. And now, for example, the Boks are only naming their side at 3 o'clock today. They've got 3-4 hours where they can actually look at this French side and then say, right, how do we actually want to potentially even tweak our side? Julien Marchand's obviously the big name in that front row, 45 caps to his name. Look, they literally, the Bokke team actually had Regis Montaigne as literally listed as Regis Mountain. So that kind of shows you that the 130 kg title is not being underestimated by the Springboks at all. In the second row, Thibaut Flamand and Emmanuel Mierfu, the giant 145 kg lock, have been named. And again, also might be a little bit of a indication as to what the Springboks might look to name later. Then the back row is Anthony Gelange, Paul Boudinot, and Michael Julliard. Good player, Julliard in particular. I really enjoy watching him. It's a good back row. It's not, your Aldred, for example, Francois Kroos and the likes of that. It's not what we kind of used to when we look at that French back row. But Anthony Gelange is a world-class player, and I enjoy watching Julliard. I think he's a very, very exciting prospect. And then for me, obviously the two most exciting players that I like to watch, knowing that Nagaric and Romain Intermac as the half-pack pairing. I mean, I think Nagaric is world-class. I think he's currently a little bit we've seen, for example, people like Aaron Cruden in the past and Tisha Perenaro, where they're phenomenal players, but they've got the curse of playing behind one of the best players in the world at the time, in the forms of, in their case, Dan Carter, Aaron Smith. This now, you've got Anton Dupont, and that's why Nagaric hasn't played as many games as I think he probably should have, but he is absolutely brilliant. The two danger men are out on the wing, and that is Louis Biabare and Damien Penaud. Phenomenal finishers, both of them. And I mean, Penaud was probably one of the best players in the world, and these days Biabare is taking that mantle, and he is the danger man in that French side. In the centre is Gaël Fickou at inside centre. He will captain the side, and he's got Pierre-Louis Barassi outside of him. So not massive amounts of experience. Between them, they've got 104 caps, but Gaël Fickou certainly doing the heavy lifting with 96 of those. Then if we look at the fullback, Thomas Ramos, there were rumours that he was potentially injured, but he has been declared fit and will start in the side. Off the bench, it is Guillaume Cremant, Jean-Baptiste Gross, and Dorian Aldegheri. So the Boks have predicted that they've left the experience on the bench in the form of Aldegheri and Baptiste Gross, who've got 20 plus caps. They then got Romain Tafa-Fanua, Hugo Araudu in the number 20 jersey, Oscar Jegu, and then you got Maxime Luchu and Nicolas Deportiere. So it's an interesting decision from the French to go with a very big 6-2 split. And that's, probably the big thing, in terms of, and to be fair, the Boks have predicted the 6-2 split. They predicted the bomb squad approach from France. It's not that surprising. I think that's probably one of the reasons I didn't lead with the concept. It's not that surprising. We kind of expected to see a 6-2 split from the French. The interesting part will be, do we call their bluff? Do we go with the 6-2 split ourselves? Do we try and outmatch them? I mean, you've now got the likes of an Oscar Jegu's 94 kgs, for example. Hugo Radu's over 100 kgs. Tafa-Fanua's 135 kgs. There's big players on that bench, quite literally. And then the only two backline players, Maxime Luchu and Nicolas Deportiere. So it is very much a 6-2 split designed to try and diffuse the Bok pack. However, there are aspects of this French side the Boks will be targeting, and that will be the two starting props. They've got very few caps in them. For example, you'll probably be looking at a Barassi who's only got 8 caps to his name, and you're going to potentially sort of try and target that. They'll also definitely be trying to target Guillaume Cremant off the bench at hooker, who's making his debut. Because, when you get to the line out and you're now sort of throwing for the first time ever, there's a lot of nerves. And if you start to disrupt the line out and you start to really get into his head, then that's again a place where you could potentially make a couple of inroads. But I want to show you basically exactly what Rassie Erasmus put on Twitter, and that is this side over here, and you can see exactly how he gets it right. So the front row gets it completely right. Second row gets it completely right. Back row gets it completely right. Halfback pairing gets it completely right. Center pairing gets it completely right. The two wings gets it right. Fullback gets it right. Then off the bench gets it completely right. The 6-2 down to the 6-2 split. Gets the numbering wrong. Obviously you should know in the 22, Deportiere in the 23. But the Boks have literally anticipated the exact French side. And I think that is it's quite funny. I think it's very amusing, to be perfectly honest. And I don't think I'd be interested to see. I'm really hoping that the journalists realize that Russia had done this and asked the question to Fabien Galtier. How do you feel about the fact? Because Galtier wouldn't probably have known. Maybe the French media team would have picked it up, but it was so close to the actual naming. I don't think he probably would have even realized that Russia had predicted this side, and that he basically called it down to the dime, to be honest. And I really hope he gets asked the question as to and whether that means that are they predictable, for example? Is this showing the Springboks know exactly what's coming and they're prepared for it? Last to really sort of break apart. It's not the strongest French side you're ever going to see. You know, we don't have your Gregory Aldrich, your Anton Duponts. You know, there's no Antonio, for example. Those are the big names that we remember watching. So there are definitely aspects of the French side which you know have lost that scare factor to what you'll be seeing if it was the strongest French side they can put out. It's not a bad French side though, and I think the one thing that we saw against New Zealand is that France have got incredible depth. With the top 14 being so strong, they don't put out bad sides. So this is going to still be a very difficult side to beat. But the Boks do go into the side with confidence and as favourites. First of all, they know the team. They've been preparing for it. So obviously all the analysis has been done. They've been preparing for it. And there's also, you know, I think on paper we're still a stronger side. But what are your thoughts? Score predictions. Get them onto the MyPicks app as well. Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. And things are heating up this weekend. And have the mind games begun as the Springboks gear up to face France at Stade de France for the first time since knocking them out back in 2023 out of the home World Cup, where a French golden generation was looking to try and go all the way and deliver its maiden World Cup victory in front of a home crowd. And the Boks broke the French heart and became sort of public enemy number one, really, across the country. And it's been the first time the Boks have played in France since lifting the Webb Ellis Trophy at Stade de France back in 2023. We're actually just a little bit over, almost to the day, of 2 years since we did win that game. And I think it's going to be a very interesting clash and a very hostile environment awaits for the Boks. For example, over the weekend, we saw the rematch, inverted commas, Ireland versus New Zealand, a rematch of the same sort of fixture at the same venue a few years ago over in Chicago, where Ireland beat the All Blacks for the first time in their history. Obviously, it was also the first time that they had met since, similarly, the All Blacks had dumped Ireland out of the World Cup during the quarterfinals. This is being dubbed the revenge match, and it's going to be a big one. And whilst there are injuries in both camps, there can be no excuses with regards to kind of the performance we see this weekend. And, you know, the size of the clash is huge. Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the most anticipated clashes of the year. If you sat there, you know, on the 1st of January, looking at the season to come, the year to come, you really would have highlighted, you know, 4 or 5 of the biggest fixtures of the year. This will definitely have been one of them. This Boks versus All Blacks at Eden Park, probably the Ireland versus All Blacks game in Chicago, and likely, you know, the Boks versus Ireland game in Dublin, as well as in obviously the British and Irish Lions games. But in terms of the rivalries, the likes of that, this is one of the biggest clashes of the year. And I think that the Boks are going into it with a bit of momentum, obviously having beaten Japan, but obviously also dealt a big blow. No oxen chair for this weekend, no oxen chair for the entire month, actually. It's a huge injury. It's probably one of the players we could have least afforded to have lost because he is absolutely world-class, one of the best players in the world, and injured his knee against Japan, and that will see him out of the Springbok tour and out probably quite a lengthy part of the UR season for the Sharks as well. And a lot of people talking about the fact, should he have been playing? Given the fact that we had Gio Stennekamp, that we had Bone Fenter, we could have played those two players and not risked oxen chair against Japan. Now, all of a sudden, you have to play, you know, probably those two against France, unless you move Thomas Toy to Lucid, because there is a bit of a squad update. Asenate Tlabakanye has joined the squad in France. He was in London already and scored for the Barbarians over the weekend, so it was quite easy for him to basically link up with the squad immediately after getting that injury, and he has travelled with them to France and is with the squad. And it is replacing Lucid with a tight head. However, you do have a swing prop in the form of Thomas Toy, We wouldn't be surprised if we actually see him at Loosehead this weekend. So that's added a bit of a spanner in the works for the Boks, but they're very much trying to play down the whole sort of revenge match concept. Felix Jones was in a press conference today and said they're not really sort of buying into it. He says they're not sure exactly if that's the narrative being pushed in the French camp, but the Boks kind of just trying to treat it as if it were any other test, and that is with the utmost respect, because they said that there's no such thing for them as small tests. And this for me will be 50% of the games we need to win this November for it to be a success. We beat France in at Stade de France, and we go on to win obviously probably Wales, hopefully, and should beat Italy. Even a loss to Ireland you could probably stomach. I mean, if the Boks go completely unbeaten, 5-5, it'll be one of the most remarkable years in history, really, where they would have lost just 2 tests out of 15 the entire year. So it could be an absolutely phenomenal year for the Boks, but this is a big mountain to climb. It is not going to be the strongest possible French side. There are key injuries. Obviously, Antoine Dupont, which is going to be quite a sore point, but it's still a very good French side. I mean, the one thing that the Boks have in their favor is that they've been playing together regularly and did get a hit out against Japan, whilst the French could very well come into the match undercooked, given the fact that they were still playing top 14 over the weekend, for example. They actually haven't played with this squad. They took a very young squad to New Zealand, so they actually haven't played a lot of senior players together since the Six Nations, which finished in March, April. So it's been a long time since they've really been able to get out in there, and that will be sort of potentially a difference. And I think that's where the Boks need to try and exploit that. If the Boks can start well on Saturday, if they can really take it to France, then I think that will be a very, very good, positive way of trying to get ahead and trying to beat them. I'm very interested to see the sort of tactics we're going to see. And one of the big things we're talking about with regards to mind games is the fact that Rassie Erasmus has delayed his team announcement. So we got a media release this morning saying the team announcement was set to be on Tuesday, and that has since been pushed back to Thursday. So he is taking his time with the team selection. And I think that Felix Jones basically tried to intimate that it wasn't anything that significant. It was just the case of Oxenchair being ruled out, meant they wanted to have a better picture of the squad and the likes of that. But they would have trained today, had a full training today, and they probably have already announced the team internally. This, I think, is very much a case of they don't want France to do the analysis on them. They want to have limited opportunity. And that's where I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the team selection is going to look like. And if you haven't already, head to mypicks.app and give us your Springbok predicted team. I got sent one today, for example, which I don't think is that far from what it's going to be. But are we going to see a very traditional Springbok side similar to what we saw in 2023, for example, that actually played against France with the usual suspects like a Andre Pollard, Ebenet Sebeth, a Damon Delenda, Jesse Creel combination, Damien Williams at full back, Kurt Lawrence and Jason Colby as the wings. We're going to see Jasper Visser, at least Peter Steph the toy. We could see a very, very similar side to the one that beat France at Stade de France. Moni Liebach actually started that game. So they started parachute Andre Pollard into the team as the players went into. Or are we going to see the sort of new look Springbok style? Are we going to see Ruan Nokia back in the mix? Kane and Moody potentially starting outside centre? Are we going to see Sasha continue to be given the keys, for example? Are we going to see Malcolm Marks used as a bench player or starter? He didn't obviously play a couple of years ago with that injury. So there's lots of different ways the Boks could potentially line up. And I think that is a big reason why they have delayed it, because they do want to make sure that they are as unpredictable as possible and give the French as little time as possible to figure out the way they're going to play. Because obviously there is a lot more information now on the Boks than there was 3-4 months ago with regards to how they want to play. The aerial bats are obviously becoming such a big part of the Boks game plan. With Ethan Hooker, and he's been so good. And are we potentially going to see him this weekend, or is he going to drop out of the 23 to accommodate, the return of Damien Willemse and Jason Colby back to the wing? Or are we going to see Ethan Hooker continue to get that backing? 6-2 split, 5-3 split, Andre Estes and potentially as a flank, 7-1 split. Where are we going to be? Because it's we haven't really seen a 6-2 and a 7-1 split. However, we are playing against one of the biggest packs in World Rugby, arguably the biggest pack on their day in World Rugby in the French. So there's lots of different sort of ways that we also have to adapt to. And I'll be interested to sort of see exactly what time, whether we have the confirmation of when the French squad's going to get announced, and whether they've managed to basically call the early bluff and now get the opportunity to announce their team later. And that for me is going to be quite interesting with regards to whether they manage to get to whether they might change their team based on when it is announced, because I think it's being announced on Thursday morning as far as I understand. and all of a sudden we could see it's being announced before the box squad. And are we going to see changes based on the box squad? Could we then see late changes on Friday coming from Fabian Garcia or a Rassie Rasmus, for example? So there's a lot to sort of pick apart and get through. But let me know what you think. How do you see the team lining up? What are your predictions? Is this mind games from Rassie Rasmus delaying the team announcement? Is this purely because of the injury to Oxen Chair that they maybe need to have a bit of a rethink? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
I start. Okay, maybe the mindset and the spirit of this game this weekend, because for us, for French, obviously it's remind us the World Cup, but for you, what's the mindset?
I think we've obviously every test match is a big challenge for us as a team and for each individual personally. So this week, the French are a very good team, and we know it's going to be a big challenge. We're looking forward to that, like every test match.
But there's no taste of the 2023 World Cup left for you, or as many as you played this game 2 years ago?
No, it's like Lord said, it's the same, and like obviously we prepare like for any other test, and for us, we just focus on ourselves and what we want to do and on the field on Saturday, and go and give our very best for the team and for the country and represent our country, and it's always special. It's a privilege always. So for us, it's just our focus is just on ourselves and to go out there and obviously, like I said, give our best to get the result in the end of the day.
But it was only 1 point. It is always on your mind or not? This little point.
Yeah, so obviously it's always tough. Like the past encounters that we have against France, it was always tough. And like Lou just said, now it just showed the quality team that they are, and how tough it is to especially come here and play against them. It's always tough. To come here and play against them, so they just speak to the quality side that they are, and it's always tough to play against them.
It's also 2 years on from, the last time you played in France was when you were in the World Cup. What are your memories of that night and the game, since we're in the Stade de France?
Yeah, obviously it was it was awesome for us to get the result at the end of the day, and again. That game was very tough, very intense, very physical, and it took a lot out of us as well. But like I said, at the end of the day, we were just very happy that we got the result, and it was a 1 point at the end. But a win is a win, and we were just very happy that we got the result.
How's the way that you guys play evolved in the past 2 years?
No, not much. Obviously, we add a few things to our game, but our main way of play is still the same. We just tweak here and there, just to expand our game a bit and give different pictures to the opposition, and it definitely helped us throughout this past 2 years, and especially with our evolution. So just a few tweaks that we did, to our game, in a few things that we changed and add to our game.
Yeah. Would you say that France is your main opponent, the most difficult game you played now at the international level, or New Zealand is still most high for you?
For me personally, or for the team?
South Africa.
Now it's obviously like we just said. Now it's every test is tough. Every test we play is tough. That's why it's called a test match. every country, when they come against us, they come out all guns blazing, and want to take us down. And that makes it tough in itself. So for us, every test is the same in the way how we prepare mentally, physically, and with intensity also. So it's the same as any other test, man. So there's no real difference between test matches. Our preparation is the same.
Lord, how would you rate the physicality the French forwards are bringing to the game?
Yeah, I think they've got a big pack and they are quite confrontational. So it's going to be a good challenge for us as a pack to see where we are at physically on Saturday. They've got a good maul, they've got a good scrum, and they are a team that play quite direct. So it's going to be a big challenge for us as a pack on Saturday.
I've read that this France line in the Six Nations was 93% success rate, and the New Zealand tour was 98%. So just how much of a threat is their line out? And just have you been looking at that specifically this week? Or?
Yeah, listen, we analyse every team we play. So we've obviously had a look at their lineouts. Like you said, they have a very, very good success rate and a very strong maul. There's definitely a threat. So we have to do our best to try and negate that threat or get the upper hand to win the test on Saturday.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. And is Rassie Erasmus trying to force a late change out of France? Lots of mind games and a very interesting tweet from your Springbok head coach, as he basically tweeted what the Springboks have predicted as the French side less than an hour before the French officially named their side, which is said to be announced about 12 o'clock, which is in about 20 minutes odd from when we're recording this. And Rassie Erasmus has dropped onto Twitter the French side they're expecting and has said as follows, basically saying, might have a few wrong, but whoever France pick in the 23, it'll be a massive team and clash. And we saw this happen during the World Cup, where he tried to sort of predict teams. And a lot of people sort of read quite into it, to be honest, and said, is it a case of them trying to force a potential change? Is it a case of them trying to give some second guesses about the team they've picked? Are they trying to almost imply that they're quite predictable, for example, or that they know exactly what's coming for it? And there's a lot of different sort of ways you can jump into it, but it's quite fun because we're going to have a look at the team very quickly. And when France do release their side, we're going to then actually have something that we can then actually refer to and see how close the Springboks got to. In fact, I heard that Rassie jumped onto mypicks.app and actually predicted this French side and has got his own profile over there. So this is what Rassie is predicting for the French side. And what's interesting as well is that they've put the age, caps, and the weight. And what they've also done when he posted the photo is that obviously this is how they do it with regards to their team selection. So he's left the Springboks one blank, obviously, because we haven't actually announced it yet, but I'm really hoping that he does us all the favor and goes and puts the Springbok side or puts the version that has the Springbok side out on Twitter as well. But in terms of what he's expecting from France, this is it. So he's expecting the quite inexperienced front row in Diochi and Baptiste as well as Montaigne Regis to start, and he's backing the only person really with any sort of experience is Aldegheri off the bench. So it's very new and inexperienced props for France. He's going with Julien Marchand in the number 2 jersey with 45 caps. But the big thing is, look at the sort of the weight there. And that'll be interesting to see when we look at the Springbok side, is how they kind of compare. Is it going to be, for example, Bone Fenter up against the 130 kg, quite literally named Mountain? In terms of the locks, for example, expecting to see the massive Emmanuel Mierfou and Thibaut Flamand in that second row, 145 kgs, 116 kgs. That could also be an indication, when you're kind of just looking at matchups, to maybe look at, for example, maybe a Lourdes Diaga ahead of a Ruan Nokia. They're predicting Anthony Gelange, Paul Boudinot, and Michael Juilliard in that back row with, again, all over 100 kgs, for example, looking at the amount of caps. And in fact, they've basically said the average age of the French sides can be around 27, also around 27 caps. But the big thing is the average weight of about 107 as well. So, how much of this are they taking into consideration? The fact that it does look a pretty large pack from the French. They're anticipating a Nolan de Garrick and Gael Ficou halfback pairing, which I think is pretty close. They're also reckoning it's going to be Pierre Elias Barassi and Leo Biabari and Pierre-Louis Barassi as the two wings. A centre pairing of Gael Ficou and at inside centre, and Barassi at outside centre, and then Thomas Ramar at 15, which we're kind of almost also basically kind of predicting. And then the bench, obviously they've added something like a Romain Tafa-Fanua, Madi Botera, for example, Maxime Luchu. So it's an interesting to sort of see how they've gone and put this out there, and this is kind of what they're planning for. I'm very keen to see how close they do get, to be honest, and whether they have predicted this right. For example, are France this predictable? And what is the purpose, really? Is this just to create a bit of doubt? Is this trying to create a bit of hype? Is this providing a bit of insight as to how they're looking at the side itself, and how they're sort of planning up the matchups, for example? And it will be interesting to see, we can actually basically go and fill this in when we get to the Springboks side, how much they have picked, the Boks have picked for what's ahead of them versus how much the Boks are picking in terms of what they want and what they believe their best side is for this game. How much are they picking based on France versus how much are they picking based on this is us, this is our team, and we're going to go with it and not really worry so much about what France has put out. And I'll be very keen to see what the total caps and the age, for example, from the Springboks. I anticipate a higher average age from the Boks, probably close to 28, 29. Maybe even 30 will be my guess. But total caps, probably quite a lot, to be honest. We're usually averaging north of 30, 40. You take away, if there's no Ethan Hooker, for example, and there's no, obviously, Bowen Fenton and Oxen Chair is a big cap difference, but Ethan Hooker's not got that many cap compared to like Kurt Lawrence coming in, for example. If you have a Hodge Pollard coming in, that's a lot of caps. If you keep Jess Creel, Damon Delindy versus a Andre Esterhazy and Kanan Moody combo. But it'll be interesting to sort of see how they do sort of stack up and weigh up against each other. So the question is, how close do you think this is to the French side? And what do you think the reason is for putting this video out? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Thank you very much, Zina. Firstly, congratulations, Rassi, on your 50th game as a Springbok coach. Rassi, what do you make of Fabian Galtier's antics only allowing us, the media and public, 50 minutes to view their training sessions? This, of course, comes after the media or they made accusations. There were spies around their training camps. Moreover, and I'm sure you saw the French league team that you made public on Twitter before they actually announced it. Does it somehow add to the mind games with Galtier being anxious and you living rent-free in his thoughts?
No, not at all. I mean, I know Fabian. I played against him. I think the last match we played at Parc de France or something. I can't remember the correct name. I played in that game and he was a scrum off there, so I know him for years. Actually, ironically enough, he came to not shadow. We had learned from each other at Munster. He shadowed us for a whole week and he sat in every single meeting, team session, planning, coaches meetings in the morning, and after that he became the French head coach. So I think people take mind games from our side. Definitely, everything we do, people see it mind games. So what I'm trying to do when I put a team out there, and if you check, I just put our team and our weights and our caps and stuff out there. That's for communicating with our South African supporters and for them to get a little bit more depth and insight into what our team looks like and how it compares to their team. And I think the South African supporters are really into it and understand it. And the more you give them, the more they, the more they understand. So what they do in their camp really doesn't have an influence what we do in our camp. We play for South Africa, for the Springboks, and we play away from home, and it will be a lonely place on that field, but we know there's millions of people in South Africa. So what they do is got no influence on how we prepare and how we do our things.
Brendan? Stian?
Oh, thanks, Sina. Sorry. Hi, Rossi. So maybe just a bit about the selection, Rossi. Was this one of the more difficult teams to pick, given that so many guys are putting up their hands? And maybe just a thought about the front row with obviously Ox out, Bowen coming in there. Your thoughts behind that selection as well?
Yeah, I think very much. Very much the same like we did last week. I like Bowen has played already 5 test matches for us. And again, to put him there with Malcolm and Thomas, we'll rather let him swim in this tough river here, which is a great field where it's, if I almost said it the same with Zach when he played last weekend. You'd rather have him there in the start and see how he managed. We really rate Bowen highly. It's unfortunate that we lost Jan Hendrik being suspended, and then obviously also lost Ox with off the ball tackle, and unfortunately he's out for quite some time. Luckily Gerard is back, so certainly there was difficult choices. Leaving a guy like Ethan Hooker out of the mix, who's been really playing well. Kanan is really also playing well for us. When Krappie's got his chance, he played awesome rugby. Quagga and Marco was 2 guys. Franco played excellent last week. So it's never easy to pick a team. But I think the team do understand that the guys know if things goes according to plan this weekend. Most of the guys know who's playing next week against Italy. So I think the squad is buying in what we're trying to do. Most important thing is now to try and get the result at a very tough stadium against a very good French team. Zie dat er niet langer kan gaan.
Zeker.
Ja.
Steven?
Thanks very much, guys. It's nice to see you. Cobus, obviously the emotion is quite heavy from France for this game, and I guess it's understandable, because of the quarterfinal. Is that, how do you guys handle that, what they're going to be throwing at you? Is that going to be tough for you to overcome, or do you take lessons maybe from the quarterfinal itself, where they were highly charged?
Yeah, I think they are going to be charged. They haven't forgotten about the 2023 World Cup, and so have we. We haven't forgotten about it as well. It's a rugby game which we all look back to. We all learn out of it and try and prepare for the following game. So yes, they're going to be charged up, but their emotion and what they have in their camp, like Rassi said, cannot affect us. It cannot affect our way of preparing for the game and putting our plan on the field. So we know they're coming physically or going to come physically at us, and we have to be ready for it. It's not it's not rocket science what is going to happen out there. It's going to be a huge battle.
Grant?
Thanks, Z. Russ, just a word on your 50th, Sia's 100th, and what you feel separates a good Springbok from a great one.
Yeah, my 50th is really not a big thing. I mean, we haven't even mentioned it. We saw it the other 2 days ago in the media. So, just to be part of the team for me is awesome, and part of representing South Africa in whatever capacity it was in the past, from technical analyst to assistant coach to director of rugby. It's just really lucky to be in the Springbok environment with a lot of South Africans really behind us. So that's lekker. Sia's 100th test match, I think, there is only 9 guys that's played the 100th test match. I think he was on cap 25 when we picked him as captain. And yeah, the biggest thing that I can probably give him credit for, he's never always played brilliantly, because like all of us, your form dips and injury comes, and personal things happen to you, and sometimes you think with an injury, am I still good enough? Both World Cups he was doubtful right up until the World Cup, but he always sit with Cooper at 35, playing probably 35 years old, playing probably the best rugby of his life, and so we're very proud of Sia. We're proud of being part of him reaching that milestone but there's a lot of other guys that's close to milestones who's on 47 caps, 48 caps, 93 caps, 97 caps. So I think there's a lot of them that's going to come now. But at the end of the day, like Sia handled it and like Eben handled it, when those big milestones come, if you make those things bigger than the match, then you normally tend to come second in that match. So his humbleness is something that's just a standout for me always.
Mike?
And what separates a good Springbok from a great one?
It's understanding that, well, my opinion, of not to say I'm right, I think there's a difference between playing for yourself because you're a Springbok and when you're playing for your country because you're a Springbok. And I think that's why some guys get 1-2 caps who's really potential, is really maybe better than guys who's sitting here. And we've said it to the player often, I think there's better players than playing out there who's currently here in the squad, but some guys just don't get it, that it's about the team and about South Africa and not about how good am I in the team. Yes, when you do it for the team to perform well and you do everything and you serve the team, I probably think that's the difference between, there can be great potential, but some guys just don't get it. I was one of them when I was a player on stage, and some guys it takes time to get it, and some guys just get it from the start. So I think that makes, in my opinion, the difference between a good and a great Springbok player.
Mike?
Rusty, you kind of answered what I was going to ask, but just, we've seen that these big milestone games can sometimes result in sideshows and distractions. Is that something you guys have discussed?
Yeah, well, so, Eben got his 100th and Billy got his 100th and we managed to get through those. Obviously, we're playing tougher opposition. And Adi Savia's 100th at Eden Park, they managed to handle well and still beat us there with 7 points or whatever. So nothing has changed in our preparation. I think the only thing that will be different, Sia's going to run out 10 seconds earlier, and that's it. And then the test match starts. So we don't like to make a big thing about that. Afterwards, at the little team function, we'll probably do something proper. But no, Sia's probably one of the guys. I've seen him throughout winning World Cups and British and Irish Lions and reaching other milestones. He's got a level head on him, and the whole team understands that. Nobody's going to be happy. We might lose even if we perform well, but as long as we go out there and the effort is there and the performance is there, but yeah, that will definitely not distract us.
Last question online, Kaniso.
Thank you very much, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen at the top table. Quick two-pronged question, Rassi. Firstly, just talk us through Kwaga's absence from the match day 23, and just talk us through Sia the human being. Just Sia, not the rugby player, but Sia the human being.
Yeah, I don't know quite what more to say about Sia as a human being. Yes, to sum it up, hopefully I get it across this time, it's just his way to stay humble. When there's photographs taken or at the airport or wherever, he's always the guy that still goes there, even though you're on your way to a flight or late for a meeting or you must get into the lift to a team meeting. He might be a minute or so late, but I think whenever he gets a chance, he tries to connect with South Africa because he understands what South Africa is about, and he's been on the tough side of being a South African. And he's grown into being one of the great leaders in South Africa, but just the humbleness with the way he does that, and the way he always has time from a young lady to an old woman off the farm, or uncle there from the townships, or old lady at the airport. Our whole team, I think, is pretty good at that, not because they think it's their job, it's because they enjoy being part of South Africa and the way that South African supports us, and I think Sia leads in that specific way. What was the other part of your question, sorry?
Kwagga, his absence from the
No,
23.
Kwagga has a bit of a hand issue, but that's not really why we didn't pick him. He actually came through in the beginning of the week. He had a bit of a contusion, or I don't know what's the right English word, on his hand, on his palm, on his wrist.
Yeah.
But we just think, with the team we thought they are going to pick, we think this is the best team for us to have a 6-2 split. But if this is a game that we feel is going to be really fast, they've got have some young guys in the team, Quagga certainly has that energy, but we feel safe in Andre covering 12 for us as well and covering 6 for us, and we know Sia can move to 8 or Peter Steff can move to 8 in the game for us. So yeah, Quagga understands why this team we think is a team which we're going to try and beat the French with.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. I'll be sending out the recording after the news conference. Thank you very much. Cool. Questions from the floor?
Rassie, you've covered almost everything that I wanted to ask, but just interesting to note, the way Johan Grobbelaar has come up again, moving up and doing so well. Earlier in the year, Marnus was the guy that you guys preferred, and would you say that Johan is maybe the guy that can step into that deputy role under Malcolm?
Yes, and I think, when you look at the way that we've done things, we've given Andre Hugo a chance, and he certainly didn't disappoint. We won that game against Portugal, so he's there. We always have Bongi in the back of our minds and know that when there's crunch games, we can press on his number. Yes, we got a few caps into Marnus, and we played against the All Blacks of Marnus, and Marnus had one of the last turnover steals there. We know Malcolm can get injured at any single time. We've got Jan Hendrik who can play loose hit and hooker for us, so that's 5 already. And again, we are trying to stay in the present and win, but we also want to think about the future, about the 2027 World Cup, and these kind of games builds confidence for players to make just another step up and another step up. And we've tried it with most of our players. It's always, first maybe a tier 2 team, then maybe just a good team that ranks 7 or 8 in the world, then maybe into a pressure cooker, and then maybe one onto the bigger stage like the French. And with him having Gerard and Wilco next to him, which he scrums with all the time, and then Rowan coming off the bench with Ergia, he's pretty used to those guys. So yeah, and he's 27 and he's really fit, and he's done nothing to disappoint us. So maybe just get through this game, and then we know we've got 5-6 hookers that we can maybe bank on when we go to the World Cup.
Rassie, why did you decide to ask Andre Terrorism to move with the forwards? And when he's on the bench, how would you define the split? Is it on Saturday 5.5, 2.5, or?
No, well, the bad thing for Andre was that when he was just covering 12, for him to get in match day 23, we had Damien Dalenda, Damien Willems who can play 12, Andre can play 12, Ethan Hook can play 12. There's another one, Sasha can play 12, Lucanio can play 12. So for Andre to make the match day 23 with his athleticism, if that's the right word, and physicality, it's either he starts, because you seldom put a 12 on the bench to cover just 12 for you, So it just gives us that option that, surely he's played all his life 12. But we've slowly now again, first at a tier 2 level team, give him a trial there against the Barbarians, a step up against Japan, fully going into 6, and he's now used to all mauling in the line-outs, line-out calls, those kind of things. So I guess if the game goes according to what the French, I think, plan, which is a 6-2 split of massive men, we'll probably need him in the forwards. But if there's a early injury at 12, he'll probably go to 12. So that's just the option that really helps us, and that's probably why a guy like Quagga misses out, where if Quagga was playing, we've taken some chances where we got a wing injury and Quagga had to help us out, which he did wonderful. But now you've got a true backline player who can play 6 and 8 for you.
Rassie, you posted on X this morning the France team that's trained all week. It's created a bit of a fuss, but because France train with bibs on all week and kind of know what the team is, how useful has that been for you this week?
Yeah, and again, as I say, people try to create beef between us and France. Beef means like ructions, like unhappiness. And we remember in 2022 when we played here, when the TMO, the screens went off and Wayne Barnes couldn't see, and Dion got a yellow card and Peter Steff got a red card, and we lost that game in the last minute. So we enjoyed that whole situation. We understand the whole thing. We enjoy the franticness, if that's a word, of French supporters and how they get into it. And please don't just take that part, the franticness, but please quote the whole thing. We say we enjoy that. We love the passion in which they do it. And that's why when I follow on X or on Twitter somebody, a team, it's to see what they post. You get some stuff out of that. And well, it's not difficult if you see guys running with bibs on, with the number on the bibs to guess the team. And again, that's not to... People say everything is mind games. It's to communicate with our South African supporters. That's what we think they're going to pick. We're going to announce our team this afternoon. Here's our team, and I put our team out there. It's really not to fluster other people. It's us as South Africans talking to each other.
Rassi, and maybe Kobus after the same question to you. The Springboks have a very good record at Stade de France. They played 13 games there, won 10. Across 3 World Cups as well. So you even won 1 game, I think, as a player in 1999. Do you feel comfortable in this stadium, and what are your memories of the game against England in 1999?
Yes, was that where Yanni de Beer had all those drop goals? Yeah, that I remember clearly. We were way underdogs there, and Nick came up with a plan, and Yanni just slotted every single drop goal. I don't think we outplayed them, we outkicked them. I just think the game is massive, and we want to enjoy this game which is going to throw to us tomorrow. Of course, Fabian is a great coach. I know Floxel here. The manager played against me. Marchant is an awesome person, and he gets him. Ibanez, I know pretty well. The stadium is 100 meters by 70 meters. It's the same wherever you play in the world. I guess it's the cauldron of what the spectators do and how the French crowd get behind their team, and that pressure either gets to you as a team who's playing here away from home, or it gets to the 2 ARs or the TMO or to the referee. And we had meetings with the referee, the same as Fabian had, and we all just want to go out and play good rugby. So, the stadium, Alice Park, we've won there many times, and the Australia went and gave us 37 points, and we didn't even score bonus points. So history is sort of something that we don't try to look at, because if you just look at these 2 teams, it's going to be one hell of a test match, and that's what we prepare for. We've got fond memories, yes, of winning that match, but it's a new game with other players, some that we don't know really well we're playing against, and it was difficult to profile them. There's 4 22-year-old guys in the team that we don't know really well, so we try and isolate every game as a new game, but it's a wonderful stadium. We're really looking forward to a brutal clash.
Kobus, you've played in France for a long time. Probably speak French as well. I don't know. Let's just talk about the game. You know how the French play, and we haven't really spoken today about what is expected from them. What do you think they're going to bring?
Yeah, I played here for 5 years, and I think it's the top 14 is one of the competitions that there is no off week or you can switch off, because even the team that comes up from the Pro Leader is a team that will beat you on any given day. So with the amount of players they have and just every game being hard, we know what's coming this weekend. It's going to be tough French guys running hard, running straight. They are big, so it's going to be confronting. And like I said, it's in a stadium that's like a pressure cooker. So it's going to be their team versus our team, their plan versus our plan, and then the pressure cooker. So we're going to have to see who can handle that pressure the best.
Well, I think the last time you guys played at Stade de France, you won a 2nd straight Rugby World Cup. What are your memories from that game, and how can that game and that event help you in Saturday's game?
The one against the French?
The one against New Zealand.
One against New Zealand. All of those games were 1 point, man. Since it was 1 point, and when I watched back at some of those clips, I sort of I can't even remember that we went through those emotions in there. Because, look, I put sometimes my heart rate monitor on and I check myself during a game. And you, people like to be calm in the coach's box. I don't like to be calm in the coach's box because it's nerve-wracking. And I remember that game. I remember the one in 2022. I know that was not at Stade of France, but it was such enjoyable. The director of rugby was still allowed to sit next to the field, and it was such an enjoyable game because it was frantic and it was busy and the crowd were so. Yeah, players and coaches always say you want to be at this level. That's why you work to be here, and we really feel that way. You know, it's an iconic stadium. We've done well there in the past. But things change quickly. So for us, it's apart from being, I'm hell of a nervous for the game. The players are nervous for the game. I'm sure the French are also a bit nervous for the game. But it's also very nice to be part of something like this.
And Fabian said this morning that this Springbok side is probably or maybe the best team ever. What does that mean to you to hear that from someone who you know quite well?
Well, if it's honest, then it's a nice thing. If you want to take the pressure a little bit off them and put it on us, that I also understand. There's all of those things count in the game. But we know if we man these guys up man for man with their guys, and everybody plays to the best of their ability, this game is in the balance, both sides, you know. So we know Dupont is not here, but we know that even Luku, who's coming off, Serene is even a guy who didn't make the team. So their squad depth and what they did when they sent their team to New Zealand and what they are building there, I think it's very much what we're trying to do of bringing youngsters through. So it's a nice compliment, but those guys who's playing here tomorrow, they won't believe that we're the best team in the world. They will go out there and try to beat us proper. So appreciate what he's saying, but we'll keep the reality in our minds.
Rassi, when you decided to call back Ntla Kanye, did you take in consideration the backlash it could create, or more the benefits that the Springboks could have to have him back in camp?
Yeah, well, you know, the tough thing is with somebody who's not found guilty in an ongoing investigation or suspension, he's not suspended. And I think his hearing is early. I'm not sure. I might talk out of my way. I don't know the detail. You don't know. I don't know exactly what happened there. And you know, until a guy is not guilty and there's protocols in play that say he can still play, and he's then going to go through, I don't know what you call it, tribunal, or what's the right English word for that. Yes, certainly. I thought there was a time when we should just help him a bit and let him stay out of the limelight, because that's something really emotional and it's hard on somebody that's worked so hard to be here, and the circumstances on what it happens is for the people to discuss there. But we did lose Ox, and we did lose Jan Hendrik, and Thomas can swim tight head and loose it. And if people want to make a big fuss about it, again, you know, it's our camp, what we believe in. And maybe next year, February, we'll all go, we should have played him, the guy's not guilty, you know. You know, it's an ongoing hearing, and maybe that's the most I must say about it.
Thomas, this is your first time back in France as in Montpellier. What did you learn your time in Montpellier as a person, and how did it evolve and improve your game as a player?
Yeah, like I said, being here, it's tough. The language, the culture, all of that. So it takes you out of your comfort zone. It makes you grow as a person, as a player. You have to figure out what the guys are saying on the field and all of that, and react on the spot. And I think that shows a lot how the French play as well. They very instinctive, and the jouet and all of that, all the flair comes out, and it's because they just react on a situation in front of them, and they go. So it teaches you how to do that, but it also teaches you how to stay vigilant for that when you come up against it. One thing I have learned about the French is the culture is very emotional, and that is something we know they're going to come out with 2023, all of the history beyond us now. The emotion is going to be there, and French with emotion is dangerous. So yeah, it's something we have to stop and stop early.
Any further questions?
Maybe just add, if I can, not for a story, but when I was growing up, the teams we looked up to, because there was a bit of we were in isolation, but I can tell you Frank Manel, Philippe Sela, you know, Blanco, you know, St. Andre, I know he's a bit later there, but all of those guys, Caban, those were the guys that we always thought the way they played the game. It's funny because we didn't get to watch Premiership rugby and we watched New Zealand rugby and French rugby and you know from Sir Intermax father even, you know, those were the guys that we watched. We didn't get a lot of time to watch the English teams or the Irish teams. You know, like a guy like Paul O'Connell is iconic, but we didn't see him as much. For some reason, we watched French games and New Zealand games. So, apart from all the rivalry, everything going on, we've got a hell of a lot of respect for the way the game has always been played here.
And what's Afrikaans for jouer then?
Jouer is have fun, play. Have Afrikaans, speel net. Speel net. Gooi die bal rond. Okay. Thanks.
Do you think the respect between France and South Africa is also because of both teams are putting the emphasis on their physicality and they love their scrum, their forwards are so important to each of them? Do you think that explains a little bit the respect between both of you?
Yes, for us, you know, when France stop a maul, they don't stop it technically, they stop it with power. They don't swim around and hang here on the other side, you know. I know even they referee it that way in the top 14. You know, they enjoy scrums, you know, they enjoy the physicality part of the game. And when some people sometimes claim to some things against the spirit of the game, it's almost like the French will look at the game like we look at the game. And sometimes it makes you nervous because everybody's saying we are big guys, but when you go and look at it, Olivier Merle, I remember playing against him, the guy who broke my jaw. There's so many massive men of them. Le Romain, I mean Lacroix, I mean he's not a big guy, but he played in France. Michelak, all of those guys who we know them, and hell, they're tough, man. They're tough and they're big. And we go and look at their weights. I think there's a kilogram on average between the two teams, and it's massive packs. We enjoy the way they play.
Have any of you two watched the quarterfinal again this week?
I watched the last 7 minutes, but I put it off. It was not the nerve-wracking.
You watched it. Did you whisper in Cheslin ear to do something again?
Yeah, well, I'll be in his ear the whole game, so it's did watch it. Was like a get you into the right mindset.
Cool.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. You guys have turned winning knockout game of rugby almost into an art form. If you look at the last 2 World Cups and even the Rugby Championship this year, when you had to win, you did win. Do you go into tomorrow's game with the same mentality, kind of, you know, almost in a different way, but does it feel like a knockout game of rugby almost?
Yeah, it's an important test. We, of course, we know the end goal is ending number 1 in the world this year. So this is every game for us right now. It's a knockout game. So, and we know how big the points will be for us if we get through this game. So yeah, we're going with that mindset, and we're looking forward to the game.
Riels?
CEO, personally, congratulations in advance on reaching 100 tests for the Boks. Rassie spoke about not putting too much emphasis on milestones or it could take away from the focus on the game. Do you share that sentiment, and what is your mindset going to the game knowing it is your 100th test match?
Yeah, it's been like that. It's been very chill, coach, this week. It hasn't been... I think if we're at home, it would be a little bit different. I think I would feel, but I do feel in the team. But for me, the most important thing is what we do as a team tomorrow. And I think after that's what we always say. Like the team comes before the individuals, and it's the same today. It doesn't matter the milestone. If the team does well, then your milestone will be special anyway. So all we want to do tomorrow is do our best to give ourselves the best chance to win. So yeah, it's been like that this week. It's been very calm. I'm fortunate to have my kids here, and some of the people that have been supporting me over the years. So it's been really special in that way.
Kaniso?
Thank you very much. Plastic, Bokke, Madibulise, Madatemani, Appeal. Zambuza Bukala Lobabi, man, and I can't wear man for you. Undofika kukhulu lemidlalo lebaluleke kakhulu la bala ukuthi bayo indike kakhulu uphambili kodwa siyaqaqisele nje ukonwaba kwakho ufika kule ndawo xa uthelekisa nango-alile plastic indlela yakho embhoxweni njeka ukuqaqisele nje ubuka usiya ekhula embhoxweni nawe ukhule embhoxweni kodwa kuba ke fekweni manaba lengizange lafika ke into olibala lethu
no ndiyavuya kakhulu andizoxoxela inhliziyo yami Dada ntoni idada emafutheni futhi yeah because uyayazi like sikhulele phi and actually xa uthetha umcoach usithi endibukele ngondikhula like ndikhule ndibukela yena ndikhule ndiyi-water boy for iBombers yena edlala ngelaa xesha iRose yayishushu ngelaa xesha but ba-weak ngoku siyabatya but asikho kuloo nto and uphuma like phansi kababa oBhutsoli ndandibukela edlala eloyise ngoku ndandimncinci coach stick omarhetsi abantu endibaziyo endikhule ngaphansi kwabo obujongi omnye ubhuti ofana nam abona uphuma phaa ubukela bona and then nam ndizodlala i-first team ndidlala noBhutsoli kandisemncinci ndadlala naye nangosesesikolweni uzobeka kule ndawo maninzi amaqhawe amaphuma phambi kwam andivulela indlela bekule ndawo ndikuyo and ndiyavuya ndilithathile ithuba lam and ndiyavuya ndihleli apha nocoach C because indlela yakhe ayifani yam eyakhe uhambe straight from isikolo saselokishini eyam ndifumene uncedo apha endleleni but siphinde sadibana sobabini after ndibana naye eStellenbosch coach C wandibonisa indlela and now namhlanje silapha and yeke ndiseStellenbosch so yeah ndiyavuya kakhulu bhuti and into ebalulekileyo thina sithila nocoach C thina into sasithanda irugby elokishini benibukela ivideo apho bifakwe ngu-Adnan iteam yakhe irugby ibaluleke kakhulu ukuthi kakhulu because isinceda kwiinto ezininzi and isiyasiphephisa kwiinto ezininzi ezenzekayo elokishini and ndiyavuya ndadlala irugby ndimncinci ndiyavuya ndabona ngumawawo oselula abancoach abo noBrastone ndiyavuya ngeBombers le ndikhona because itshintshe ubomi bam ngendlela eninzi and iyatshintsha nobomi wabanye abantu nelokishi nale ndivela kuyo.
Yeah, Kanyiso, ndiyamvuyela kakhulu uGqwashu, ndiyamvuyela kakhulu uGciya and eyona nto special ngale game yes sisarepresent i-country yethu so mele uMzantsi Afrika siyayazi uba iqela leFrance nabo bazawufuna ulungisa izinto apho zazimoshakele khona kubo ngo-2023 but eyona nto ibalulekileyo ukuthi make sure uba sirepresent abalandeli bethu baseMzantsi Afrika kakuhle ngomso tomorrow basifumane i-opportunity. Ndiyamvuyela uSiya 100 test match yakhe eyona nto ndiyithandayo ngaye ndiyamkhumbula first game yakhe edlala neScotland eMbombela indlela ijeni yakhe ibe iyo bingekho smooth abantu abaninzi bayamkhumbula kaloo xesha bayithanda uba ngu-water boy okanye ahlale ezitendini yabona but ukwazile nokuba athi work hard athi make sure noba kunzima le nto bethetha ngayo uba akarepresenti only yena urepresenta also abantu basezwide represent umntana omnyama waselokishini so to be able uSiya ke azofika kwimidlalo emi-100 ndiyamvuyela kakhulu uGqwashu and ndinqwenelela impumelelo nangomso.
Mike?
Go start, thanks.
Sure.
Go Mike.
Good afternoon, guys. A question for you, Stocker. Quite a few of that French background are survivors from the 2023 game, with the exception of Intuma coming in for Jalabert. What difference do you think he'll make, and what are you expecting in general from that background?
Yeah, Mike, listen, he's a world-class player, and I know they've missed him in 2023 when they played the World Cup, And then, but if you look at the players around him, Ramos at the back, world-class fullback, more especially with those wings that are very, very quick. Damien Pinot and Ilbiare, those guys are very, very dangerous players, So if you give them time and space, they will punish you. And we know the nature of the French team, how they play. They will try to keep the ball in play. They will try to play the high tempo game, and for us, we understand very well that for us to win against them, we'll probably be at our best. I always say to people, when I go back to 2023, the quarterfinals we played against them, if we went our best, if we went at our best that day, against France, they could have probably gave us 40 points, but because of the way we also pitch up in that game, we knew that it was going to be tough, more especially playing in front of their home crowd. I think we expect the same tomorrow also. It's going to be a tough one, but I think we've got the right squad to be able to handle this game. If you look at our backline also, the one from 2023, the only difference now is Sasha starting at 10, which is Mani started in the quarterfinal. The rest of the players is the players that have played against France. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But again, I think we'll keep on doing our best to make sure that we keep our people proud at home. And we know probably 90% of the South Africans will be focusing in this game, and we will do it for our people in South Africa. We'll make sure that we perform. I know it's going to be late for them, but again, we're just going to make sure that we do our best to keep them proud.
Grant?
Thank you. Thanks, Z. Sia, congrats on this very special milestone. You become only the 9th Springbok to join that exclusive club, eh?
Thank you very much.
Centurion. Just in terms of what that means to be a centurion for you, and as I asked Rassie yesterday, what separates a great Springbok from a good one?
I can't tell you that now. I don't know. I think that's, but I do know, how I feel. I'm very proud and I'm honored, and I'm actually grateful and thankful to everybody who's played a part in my life, because I think without my community, first of all, they say ukhuliswa ilali, and I've been helped by so many people and so many different people from different walks of life, but I think the foundation of who I am is definitely from Sweden, the people of Sweden. Not just Sweden, actually, Elokishin in general, because Iyafana New Bright, Iyafana Kwazakele, or whatever, and we all grew up the same. And I think if the people there didn't parent me like they were my parents, when I made mistakes, when I was doing stupid stuff, they take you, they give you a quick smack, and they take you to your house and you get another smack for whatever you do. And I think for the teachers who believed in me at school, Mr. Eriksson Wikumawawa, he played a huge role in my rugby career. He used to drive me. I didn't have a car, couldn't afford transport. Mr. Eric would drive me to the trials and everything, and then took me to Grey. And then Mr. Andrew Haidakis after that took over when I got to Grey. And obviously Vincent May, who paid for my whole schooling, who's actually here. He came from America for this game. And there's so many other people that I've met, I probably haven't mentioned, but my grandmother too is not with us anymore, who I would have loved to be here and experience this with me. And but also in the rugby environment, Coach Rassie has been immense. He gave me my first contract on Freaky, helped me get through that as well. So, and this team has just and Coach Haneke also, I want to mention, who gave me my first opportunity, my first game. Coach Alistair also backed me, gave me my first start. And and Jack, of course, who I played under. Everybody who's played around, all my club coaches as well. Everybody has played a huge role to the person that I am. And I've taken lessons from everybody. And there's a lot of coaches who could have chased me away, including Coach Rassie, but stuck with me and just advised me and kept on backing me. And finally, I did learn my lessons, and I just put my head down and started working. And I'm grateful, and to all my teammates from childhood to where I am today, I am super, super, super grateful. And I carry all these people with me when I go and play with all the South Africans who expect so much for this team, because they've seen what we are capable of. And I take that with me, with this team, but I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing with 22 or 40 or 50 other people in the squad, including the coaching staff as well. So, yeah, it's a huge honor just to wear the green and gold jersey. That's what I've always said for me. Captaincy or anything like that, it's just to put on the green and gold jersey. It's less than 1,000 Springboks, if you think about it. So it's a huge honor. Not many people get to do this, but to wear it 100 times is also super special.
Morgan?
Yes.
Thanks, Z. Appreciate it. Now let's talk about it here.
Hello, Morgan.
Sia, congrats to the milestone. But on the game itself, what makes the Springboks versus France such a different test than all the others?
Well, this one has got different. There's different things behind it, but for us, it's a test match that we need to win, so we can keep on being world number one, and so we can obviously get a great pool for the World Cup. And we've seen what's been said in the media. Everybody needs something to purpose, something to drive about. Our purpose is constant. It doesn't change for every game. Our purpose has always been to be, obviously, to win, but also for the people of South Africa, which is the most important, to represent our people, represent our country, play for each other, and also to win for Coach Russ to have a team that's transforming the whole time and also create squad depth. So that hasn't changed for us, but we've seen, obviously, what's been coming from the other camp, the hurt and everything like that. But at the end of the day, it's all gonna matter what happens on those 4 lines. And the game is always big and it's always important with the French, because big packs, teams that are focused on set piece, if your scrum and your line out is dominant, that's important, and they've got amazing backs, so do we. So it's very similar teams. Passionate people who love their rugby, people who love their meat too, like South African love their feet. So there's so many similarities between the two countries, and I think that's where it dialed down to. And I think the physicality is going to be needed. It's going to be important in tomorrow's game. And just winning the game line, the breakdown, all that kind of stuff, I think will determine whether who wins the game or not. And obviously the ones who takes the opportunity.
Adnan, a quick one, and then we will switch off the online link.
Salam.
Salam, Sia, just congrats on your 100. It's been a long time since I remember when you and Scarab stayed in the house opposite there in the Newlands.
No
and I had to give her a haircut. Yeah, I just heard you mention earlier about the message, but you, obviously it wasn't in English. I just wanted you to the question that was asked earlier by my colleague in towards
Kanyes.
about your 100.
Yeah, no, yeah. I said it's special for so many reasons, and I think the clip that I spoke about earlier from your club, we saw that clip of what club rugby does for the kids in community, and to watch the kids at your club and see what it means to them. And it's 2025 now, and when I was younger, I was saying the same message. I was saying the same thing. I mean, guys like Cheslin who come from the same backgrounds. Rugby is more than just a sport to us. And I know people will say that, oh, everybody says that. No, it saved us for so many things. There's so many things that we're exposed to that we're not supposed to be exposed to as children. And to see that clip and see that till this day even, that kids are going through that. And I feel, I'm here and I got given the platform, and it's our duty to make sure that we create a better.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. It is time, well, not quite, but almost time for the big match, isn't it? After an entire day worth of build-up, we will have kickoff for South Africa versus France. The Springboks taking the field in just under half an hour, and what a game. What a game we are expecting. I mean, we're busy watching previous footage. The French are up for it. We've got so much to get ready for. We've got so much to talk about. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Steve, and I'll be with you guys for the next couple of hours whilst we cover this, what's hopefully going to be a game for the ages. And it should be for the ages. It's got the potential to be for the ages, but we need to see the two teams step up. And I want to ask you guys a big question. I need someone to send a super chat with a score prediction, because we'll be locking in a Forever Sports community, an FS community prediction, and it will be the first person to send a super chat with the score prediction. We'll put them down as the official FS community prediction. And we'll then have a look at some of the predictions that have been made. But first of all, people, welcome to the stream. We're going to put a bit of a goal down for some super chats, get you guys getting some interaction going. But first of all, I want to do our usual watch-along check-in. I want to know where you guys are watching from. I want to know who you're watching, or you're supporting rather. And I want to try and tickle a few continents. I want to see if you guys are watching from the States. I want to see if you guys are watching from South Africa. Where are we all watching from? We do a little bit of a thing called Watchalong Bingo. And basically, it's we try and tickle off all the different countries that we are sort of tuning in from, and to see where everybody is watching from. And then we're going to do some score predictions. But I need someone to drop a super chat. The first super chat we get with a score prediction will be the official score prediction that we put. I'll give my score prediction. In fact, I'm doing pretty well actually so far this weekend. Hopefully I come right with this prediction as well. We'll also be doing a beer. So we'll open a beer as well when we get to our first score prediction of the evening. But congratulations to all of you for making it this far, because it has been a long day of rugby, of cricket, of footy. And we've got 10 o'clock kickoff, which is the late kickoff. It's very unnecessary, to be perfectly honest. But we've made it. We have made it. So congrats and welcome. And as I said, let's get the chat going, people. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? What's the chat? Are we confident? Are we nervous? Are we quietly confident? Are we loudly confident? And what do we think we're going to see from a Bokke perspective? So let's go through some of the comments, see where everybody's watching from. So Grant saying I'm watching from Manchester. Christus King saying watching from the UK. Got a couple of UK. Cambridge says reform. Porter says waiting in Dublin for sale incoming. And Dennis Siwe says I'm watching from Saudi. So there we go. We're already in Saudi. That's the Middle East. Tick off Middle East. Tick off Asia. We'll tick off the UK. Pacemaker says at the end of the day, if we look at the Springboks, have nothing to lose, but France got to fight just to heal the wounds. But the World Cup is sleeping next to Rassie in the hotel. Big shot. Big shot. Muesli Mood says watching from South Africa. Clive says it's 29, France 19 from Clive in Portugal. Thanks for the commentary. Well, there we go. And Inva says watching full excitement from The Hague in Holland. So yeah, we want to try and keep ticking your countries. Where are we all watching from? Where are we all getting involved from? Are we on the brandies? Are we on the beers? Are we on the coffees? Where are we watching from? What are we drinking? How are we feeling? Are we coping with the stress? Because I've been trying to sideline this game the entire day. I try not to stress about it because it's just such a big game, and I'm just so nervous that we're not going to be able to pitch up and get a result, which would absolutely break my heart if we don't. So I've been trying to not think about it too much. But we've seen good rugby. We saw Scotland come very, very close to beating the New Zealand. And I think probably should have, actually, to be perfectly honest. The way they were set, the game, the yellow cards like that, I thought we were going to see Scotland do a job on New Zealand, and we didn't. And we saw Italy beat Australia. I mean, what a disaster result that is for Australia. Absolutely in the mud. England beating Fiji quite comfortably. Ireland pumping Japan 41 points to 10. So we've seen an interesting day of results. But this is obviously the big game, isn't it? This is the one we've all been waiting for. This is the one, the entire week we've been sort of waiting to see what is going to happen. Sia Khaleesi making his 100th appearance tonight. There's so much to look forward to in this kickoff. Going through some of the comments, Renier watching from the Netherlands. Emery van Dijk saying, I'm watching from Sasselberg. And Singalake says, I'm watching from East London. Nomagugu says, patiently waiting for this game. I'm nervous. Hiding is watching from Kenya. Gerard's coming with a Durban prediction saying 38 for the Boks, France 17. Shotgun is smoking a bong in New Zealand. Grant says he's on the tea and scones. Von saying, watching from Cape Town. Melanie Miller, who's one of our members, new members as well, says score close, reckons SA 22, France 19. Music Mood coming with his prediction saying France 14, SA 29. So some people going big, some people going a bit more cautious, and I don't think being cautious is a bad idea. In fairness, I think there's a lot of merit in trying to be a bit cautious, because it's obviously, it's a lot that you could potentially lose. But people, I need someone to lock in our prediction for us. I need someone to go and give us an idea of where we're going to see this game. What are we thinking? So somebody drop a super chat. Give us a prediction, and we'll lock that in as the official FS community prediction. A big shout out to, we've got new members involved, 3 new members that have joined so far in the mix. When we come back, we'll be moving into our watch-along stream, which will show some of the members that have been involved. And big shout out to everyone who's joined the membership club and the likes of that over the last few weeks. Nice to see all the different people getting involved and supporting. We're trying to get up to 200 members for until the rest of the year. So yeah, you guys can get involved in that if you would like to become a member. It is the pinned comment. So yeah, get involved, and then yeah, send a super chat and let me know what your score prediction is. The first person locking in a super chat with a score prediction will be our official FS Community Super Chat. We're gonna have a look at the Springboks side that has been named and sort of see what Rassie Erasmus has kind of gone with in a little bit. So before we do that, please do smash a like on the video as well. 1,000 people watching, only 100 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 200 likes before we get to kickoff. We're going to have a look at what the Boks are lining up as and sort of where the game might be won and lost in a bit. But yeah, so I'm busy asking for one thing. And our goal is to try and get 10 super chats. And it's all going to go towards November. So it's all for a good cause. We will have a proper November stash coming up by next week. I mean, it's the first week. It takes a bit longer, but we will have a proper November stash by the time we get to next week. Well, maybe we'll do handlebars, how things go. But yeah, the first super chat we get with a score prediction will be our official FS community chat. So please do consider doing it there. And yeah, we're going to have a look at the team, though, because Rassie's named a very interesting side. And a lot of people talking about, you know, Nohandre Pollard, for example, Sasha starting, Money on the bench. Interesting decisions at loose head and Bone Fender getting a start. So, yeah, we're going to have a look at the Bokke team that has been announced and sort of see exactly kind of what Rassie is thinking. And then we'll chat a little bit more about the game. And then we'll go into the national anthems, which should start in just over 10 minutes' time. So please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And let's have a look at the teams, and then we'll go through some of the matchups in a bit. Right, so that is the team that Rassie Erasmus has picked. It's a bold team. I mean, it's a good team. It's a very, very good team. It's a very strong team. But it is a bold team. In terms of your Bowen Fenders, for example, and going with a Miley on the bench, no Andre Pollard. There's, Lord Diaga. The head of everyone not cares, a big shot. A couple of big absentees. No Kwagga Smith due to injury is a big absentee for the Boks. And I'm interested to sort of see how some of these players pick up as they go into the tunnel there. I mean, the big thing for me is Siakalisi 100 games. What a moment it's going to be for him. But we do have a super chat, by the way. Grant Absalom says France 23, Boks 28. So that's going to be our official prediction from the FS community. So we're going to put that up to 28. 23. We're going to lock in those picks. And based on that, now we're going to be able to see exactly what the average prediction is. So 91.9% saying Boks. The average prediction, 29 points to 20. No one going with a draw. So if you have not already, by the way, you have got 15 minutes to lock in your prediction for the Boks versus France. Get your score predictions in and make sure that we are ready to go and ready to operate, because after kickoff, it's too late. It is too late. A couple of other people have been adding their score predictions, though. So let's go and see what everybody reckons. And let's go see. So Donny Fasaki says 38 Bokke, 21 France. And Namagu says RSA 35, France 24. I'm also predicting quite a high scoreline, in fairness. And Gareth says there is no way in this Boks era we lose to France. Bold, very bold. Amron asking, saying rather, he's watching from Beaufort West. And Sarah Torres is watching from South Africa in Soweto. And whilst Tawa says he's watching from Krugersdorp, let's go Bokke. Right. Let's do a bit of a check. And Shirley, I'm going to ask a very simple poll, people. Who are you supporting? Who are you supporting? Very, very simple. Springboks and France. Quite simple. Those are the options. And go and let me know who's sporting. Once we get to kick off, we'll then ask you who reckon's going to win. But that is going to be our poll for now. So go and throw your weight behind the box. And let's see what the general feel is with regards to who's voting for. I'm sure you're going to have more Bokke. I mean, obviously, we usually get more Bokke fans. By the way, please do smash a like on the video. More to the point, please do subscribe to the channel, because we have gone past 98,000 subscribers. We are less than 2,000 away from that big 100,000 subscriber mark. And if you guys are not subscribed, you can do your part. And to be honest, there's over 1,000 people watching, and there's probably about 400 or 500 people who are not subscribed. So don't be those people. Don't be that person. Don't be that guy or girl. Subscribe. We're sitting here on, let me tell you, right to the flippant T, 98,145 subscribers. That was what we are currently. By the end of this evening, I'd love to be at 99,000. I mean, maybe things go absolutely balls to the walls. Maybe things go AWOL and we get to 100,000 subscribers tonight. We might be able to do it. So if you think the Boks going to win, subscribe right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of subscribe trains during the match, which is really, it gets a lot of fun. When we score and everybody starts just subscribing and we start seeing that number moving up. But people get ready, because it is soon time. Those are the lineups. So let's go see the South African lineup, shall we? Bone Fenter, Malcolm Marks, Thomas Tutoy. So it's quite a consistent front row to what we've been seeing starting. Bone Fenter's got to try and step into the oxen chair role. It's not an easy player's boots to try and fill, because I tell you what, Oxen Chair is one of the best in the world. I think he actually is the best in the world. By the way, the referee tonight is Angus Gardner, the Australian, and hopefully we don't talk about him too much, but for those of you asking, that is him. And then we've got Eben Etzebeth next to Lotiaga in the lock pairing, and obviously a very, very experienced back row of Siakalisi, Peter Steph, Toy, and Jasper Visa, close on 300. About 260, 270 odd caps between the three of them. Kobus Reinach, Will Partner, Sash Famigoma, Zulu, Kurt Lawrence, Chesney Colby, Damon Williams to the back three, Damon Delende, Jesse Creel. Our most experienced centre pairing will start the match. Off the bench, Johan Kabala, Gerard Stennekamp, Wilco Low. Important combination that is the All Bulls front row. So expect them to know each other, for example, and be able to gel quite nicely. Then we've got a 6-2 split of Arceus Name and Ruan Nokia, two locks. Andre Este is supposedly covering flank. Grant Williams, Marty Liebach, the two backline replacements there. And I really like the fact that we've resisted the temptation to put an Andre Paul on the bench as an in case of emergency, break glass, get him involved. No, we're backing Sasha, we're backing Marnie. That's the way we want to play. That's how we're going to do it. And therefore, that's how we've named the side. I'm a big fan of that. Very, very big fan. Keep getting your score predictions, by the way. Quinn Hubert says Springboks 30, France 19. William Martin reckons South Africa 24, France 35. People, don't just tell me this. Get on to mypicks.app and go and lock that prediction in. And obviously that will be the app. We'll be doing the score, the player ratings rather later as well. So make sure you go and lock in that prediction on the app itself. And add to that, we were looking at the fact that the average prediction is 29 points to 20. You can go be a part of that if you can go and lock in your predictions on mypicks.app. Masanda Properties reckons Boks 36, France 31. Tony reckons Boks 23, France 18. Tabo reckons the Bokke never disappoint, and that is going to be a big call. James reckons we are going to regret not having Kwagga. Well, unfortunately, he is injured, so it's not like it's a selection preference. He is just not available, and I do think we are going to miss him. In fairness, I do think that he is such a big impact player. He offers so much, and not having him in that second half is going to be a big call. I really hope that Andre Esterhuizen can step up and he can fill that void. But it's a big loss. It is a big loss, and I think that my biggest worry is the lack of a breakdown threat in that second half. We don't have somebody who can get over the ball and potentially win those sort of breakdown penalties there. I mean, hopefully we see Andre Esterhuizen carrying well in and around the fringes and the rucks, but we don't have that natural ball stealer, that natural breakdown threat that you get when you have a Kwagga Smith on the bench. So he is definitely going to be a very, very big loss, and hopefully we can contend. And we're not going to miss him too much. If we look at the French side, two very, very inexperienced props in the form of Baptiste Odiasio and Regis Montagna. 4 caps between the two of them. And, oh, jeepers, I'm just looking at there it is, Stade de France on the screen. I've been there, I've watched games there. What a phenomenal stadium. The pyrotechnics are up over there in Saint-Denis. The Eiffel Tower way in the background. It's a phenomenal stadium. And, yeah, I'll tell you what, this is probably the biggest Autumn Nation series that we've had so far. What's called the Quilter Nation series. Not the Autumn Nation series, the Quilter Nation series. As the Boks come out, as France come out, for me, your big players to watch out from a French side is Thibaut Flamand. What a phenomenal player. Emmanuel Mierfou, massive. Those two locks, proper combination there. Julien Marchand, I mean, he and Malcolm Marx have been one of the top 2 hookers in the world for the last 5 years. In the back row, Anthony Jalanche, good player. Nolan Garrick, Romain Intermac, 2 proper players in that half-back pairing. Obviously, Gael Fiku in the 12th. And then in that back row or the back 3 rather, of Louis Biabari and Damien Pinot and Thomas Ramos, you don't want to give them space. You don't want to give them opportunities because they will punish you. Not massive amounts off the bench, if we're going to be perfectly honest. Remain tough for Fanua, but I don't think it's a phenomenal French bench as things go. So, people still get your score predictions in. As I said, go and lock them in on mypicks.app. The Boks, by the way, playing in green tonight, which is not lacquer. I mean, you want to see him playing in green and gold. Sia Khaleesi should be playing his 100 test in green and gold. But France playing in their blue. Obviously, a whole big thing about the whole kind of deficiency, for example. And that's why we're no longer going to see green and blue on the same field, because not enough contrast. Here come the French, though, in their white jackets as they lead out. There's Louis Biabari in that red scrum cap. Somebody you want to watch. We will have anthems very, very shortly. And after that, we will have kickoff. So make sure that you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well as we prepare for kickoff. And I just hope that we are in for an absolute classic. Sia Khaleesi getting the Grigio going. And that's when I think that must be one of the most calming things. As a Bok fan, when I hear that Grigio, when I hear Sia Khaleesi singing and I see the buggers getting involved, at the moment, there's not too many people to join in. There's no Trevor, for example, no Bongi, and no Makazolo, no Lakanya. So he's kind of a bit of a one-man show there, with the Grigio, but I just get excited, and I just feel a bit calm about things. I just feel like, life is right when the man is there getting that involved. So yeah, I'm excited. Last opportunity, people, to get your here we go. As Sia Khaleesi leads out, comes up by himself from Zweden to the world. Siya Kolisi, 100 games. France rises for the South African soil. Our captain, Siya Kolisi. Now the teams will follow on. Bowen Fenter, big game coming up for him. Hopefully he really puts it to it. Look at the pyrotechnics. There's fireworks. There's fireworks, lasers. There's flamethrowers. There's the works as we come out. Siya Kolisi though, 100 caps. What a moment! What a phenomenal moment for him. And so deserved. So chuffed for him, and I just hope, and I think he is. I reckon he's in for a huge game tonight. So yeah, we're going to go into the anthems very shortly, and then we'll come back for kickoffs. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Please do consider becoming a member. We've got 4 new members to the members club so far. If you'd like to, that is the pinned comment. We've also got 96% of people, of almost 500 votes so far, saying they are supporting the Boks. Boks all getting together, having a bit of a chat. We're getting ready for the national anthems. After that, we will have kickoff. Stade de France absolutely packed to the rafters, and I think everyone's just wanting the same thing, and that is a proper game of rugby. So we're going to move to the anthems, and after that kickoff, please do smash like the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And let's move into the national anthems of France, then South Africa, and then kickoff. Right, the anthem's finished, and now we have kickoff. Goodness me, what an atmosphere. I mean, the Stade de France is absolutely packed. Absolutely packed. And are we going to be able to do it, people? Are we going to be able to take on this crowd? Are we going to be able to take on this French side? Because it's going to be a big ask. It's a huge ask. Couple of comments over here. Christian says, final score, Springboks 25, France 20. The French must accept defeat. They should not come with any excuses if they lose again tonight. Go Bokke, make us proud. Yeah, big. To be fair, it's a good French side. It's a good Boks side. It's a massive, massive stadium full of very, very eager French players. And come on, boys. Surely we can get this done. Surely we can get the business. Get ready, people. And let's get going. Smash the like if you think the Boks are going to win. Smash the like if you think the France are going to win, to be fair. Subscribe to the channel on both of them. And let's get ready, boys and girls. Let's get ready for what's going to be a big clash. Boks receiving kickoff, playing left to right in the first half. France waiting for a ball to arrive. Angus Gardner, the man in the middle with the whistle. And we've got a bit of a countdown going as well. Last time I was at the stadium, I watched New Zealand knock out of it. I didn't get to watch the Boks in that quarterfinal. We do have a whistle, and Romain Intermac gets us underway as we go down the left-hand side. Should be an early touch for Damien Delendi. He gets away from one tackle, makes a good first carry, first up. Remember, Boks playing in the white. Thomas Reinach with a good kick at the top, and Jason Colby will give chase. Jason Colby, he goes up, comes over to this Jason Colby. That's a perfect start. Reinach, long pass out wide. Has to be a pops to Sasha. Sasha sees a bit of space, puts that left boot. Finding a bit of space behind. That needs to just slow up a little bit. It does slow up. Intermac to the right-hand side. We'll look to find touch. And I think with the fingertips of Peter the toy, should have just left it, to be perfectly honest. Because see to the line, would have been a Bokke line out. Weird from Peter Steph Toy to even go for it. Just should have just put his hand up and just let it go. So first line chat for Julian Marchand. They go to the front. Julian, good player, Julian. And they're going to do early penalty advantage. Silly from the Boks. That's a free penalty being given from the French. And they do use to go to Fiku, but up quickly as Sash Van gets the offload away. Long pass out wide. And space to the right-hand side. Ramos goes down the middle. Phillips says to get back. And Curly Orange says there. And Angus Gardner says penalty advantage over. So ball is available for the Boks. Big counterback coming here from France. And they've got it back from Biet Barry. But has he knocked it on? He has knocked it on. So you will have an early scrum. Tell you what, that's a good start there from France. Biet Barry there just knocking it on as the counter-back came in. So an early scrum here. And now a big opportunity for Bowen Fenter to show what he's all about. You can see Guillaume's there, but not big scrum. First big scrum. This is a huge opportunity now. Bowen Fenter goes and wins the scrum penalty here, for example. He'll settle right in. Pack waist, 929 kgs for France. 920 kgs for the Boks. Can we get an early scrum penalty here? And ball's popped out and available. It goes around, it goes to Damien Delendi. He puts the kick in behind. Kurt Lawrence is going to give chase. And it does find touch. Bit of a scratchy scrum there, to be honest. Not an ideal dominance. Yo, there is the shove. It does go down, but I think there was dominance there. That's the big thing. There definitely was dominance. Now, Julian Marchand, second line, back inside their own half. And once again, they go to the front to Goulart. This time the Boks don't hit too early. Looking for the rolling more here of France, but not going. Once the call from Angus Gardner, rolling to Garrett, potentially looking for the box kick here. Does go to the box kick. Couple of chases, including Gail Figu, the captain. Could Lawrence back? No, back to the French, I think it is. Yeah, France do retain kickoff. Garrett looking for options. Big hit there coming from Sasha. Bit on there now to the left-hand side. Into Mac. Caught on the ball, yeah. Again, Ramos actually makes a bit of space. Chip over the top. Nobody really behind. And that's going to go over. Where's the defense? Once again, France have scored within the first few minutes and the defense absolutely nowhere. Damien Penner opening the score in the box, shell-shocked. And you got to look at the defense there. Ramos just over there, and nobody at the top there. Kurt Lawrence, look how casual it is from Kurt Lawrence. It's a great kick, but Kurt Lawrence, like, do you want to just catch up? Oh, that's the worst possible start. The absolute worst possible start from the box. Well, we're going to have to come from behind. Are we going to see a potential... well, he's got 9 seconds here. There's Ramos. Nobody trying to catch him down. And no issues. A great goal kick is Thomas Ramos. Right, 7-0 after 5 minutes. Not the start we wanted at all. Awful start from the box. Right, well, there we go. Let's actually wake up here a little bit, shall we? Sasha Van Gomsby goes to the left. We talked about wanting to start well, wanting to make sure we get on top. Well, we didn't get that at all. That's a good take there from France. Now, but a penalty. Well, turn over ball here, rather. It will be a scrum. Managing to keep that ball inside the maul. And I go back to that Peter Steph, the toy. Should never have ever tried to play that ball. I mean, man, Intermac, it wasn't the best kick. It was always going to go as touch. We could have had our line out inside the 22. Instead, put his hands up, conceded the line out, and 2 minutes later, we conceded. Not good enough. Right, come on. Big scrum, yeah, boys. Big scrum. Right on the left-hand side, inside the 22. It's a good position here to attack from. It looks like a pretty good hit set as well. Here comes the shove. Ball comes around, does take it. Now Damon Delendi puts his head down. Nice, good carry now. Kubus Reinach. Jasper Visa, nice carry from him. Reinach now, sniping, looking for options. Caught on the ball. Willemse goes to scrum after Ebertibeth. A couple players on him. Big counter coming here from France. Ball pops up. Penalty for France. Not entirely sure what he's even trying to indicate there is Angus Gardner. Not a good start, Jeff, from the box. Not a good start at all. It's about playing the ball on the ground. That's what the call is for. That's so silly from him. He's so experienced as well. Good line there. Once again, they go to the front of the line to Giroud. Keeping it in, though. This time, much better front foot ball here from France. Julien Marchand gets away from a couple. Eventually brought down. From on, now a couple of South African players over the ball, and they win the penalty. Thank you very much. I reckon that's Malcolm Marx and Jasper Visa. That's my call, and it is indeed Malcolm Marx and Jasper Visa. Over the ball, winning the penalty. Good work, that. Very, very good work. We talked about the breakdown thread, the fact we don't really have one in the second half. Well, we do have two in the first half in the form of Malcolm Marx and Jasper Visa, and they're doing the business there. And quickly taking the points here are the Boks. So Marchand, they're just stepping away, getting away from Thomas the Toy. Brought down by Lut Diaga, and then Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese actually really more than anybody else was over that ball nice and quickly. Malcolm Marx is also there, but Jasper Wiese the man that gets there first. It's a very good win on the ball from Jasper Wiese. As Sasha got the distance, has he got the direction? It looks pretty good. He has got it. There we go. Box on the board. So very good three-pointer there from Sasha. From 50 yard. So the Boks respond. They get on the board. Right, now France to the right-hand side, bit of variation. Damon Delinda once again, well placed. Ball available there for Kubas Reinach. Now goes to the boot. Kurt Lawrence that gives chase. Not quite there, but makes a good tackle though. Ramos gets the ball well up into Penno. Good tackle there from Peter Steph, the toy. Back on the 10-meter line. Good work that from the Boks as they come through. Bit of space for Kiku, and it's a bad pass. It goes up for that. Good pressure that from the Boks. Poor pass for that from the captain. Goes up for a line out. Yeah, Figu makes the pass. The Penno's too flat. He's too flat. So first line of the game for the Boks. 10 minutes in. 5 South Africa. Lutzi Hogs going to have to go for an HIA. That's obviously been picked up in the gun guard. Arcus Neyman just asking the question. We had a call from HIA. The number 5 is the call here. Arcus Neyman, is he going back to the bench or what's going on here? No, everyone, no care's going on. Okay, so we're here onto the park as the alert gel goes off for the HI. Go to some of the comments. Kester says, what supporters are on this blog? These Oaks need to believe and send that blood spirit to them. I mean, I'm believing. I don't know if you believe. I'm believing. I'm not panicking at all. At all. Early days, yeah. Early days. Good line that from PSF the toy. Here he comes, David Delina. He ships over the top. Down the middle, and Kurt Lawson to give chase. And it's only got too far. It'll be a scrum back with Damien Delende kicked it. Interesting variation that chip over the top. A little bit too much there from Damien Delende. But preset move. And the space was there. It just didn't quite hold up. So we're going to go for a scrum all the way back to where, I'll tell you what, a couple of scrums so far have been relatively good for the Boks. Interesting, now it'll be the first time that the France will have the feed. Another good looking scrum from the Boks there. Bit of a messy one. Garrick. And they get the penalty. Come on! Thank you very much. Malcolm Marks got something to say. We talked about scrum and dominance. Well, there it is. There it is. Bone Fender comes in. Big scrum for him. Thomas Dutoy. He's the one that gets the penalty. But it's an all-around really good scrum. And all of a sudden, immediately back. Harry, thank you very much. Taking the 3 points here is Sash Farming Gomez. That just shows you what the plan is here. We're looking for the win here. If it's a 1 point win, if it's a 2 point win, we're looking for the win. Come on, Sasha, just knock this over. Yeah, no issues whatsoever. Right, there we go. Thank you very much. 7 points to 6. Good. Actually, to be fair, after that first try, which is poor, it's been better. It's been very, very. Right, France, go right or left. Intermac goes right. Goes pretty short this time. And he's been knocked over there. Has, penalty. Let's say Ebenet's been knocked over off the ball there. So penalty up for the Boks. Thank you very much. We'll kick ourselves into the French half. Sash taking his time, asking him a couple of questions from Angus Gardner. Not entirely sure. Yeah, asking for the mark there. Come on, knock this over. Go for the lineout. Let's get some tries on the ball here, boys. Got the scrum dominance, which is a good start. Not a bad kick there. About halfway between the 10 meter and... Come on, Malcolm. To the front. Go to the Eben. And pops up to Malcolm Box. It's up ball to Koos Reinach. Little set move there from the box. Pick up and go. Quick ball. Yeah, Jasper Visa. Takes him to contact. Ball available for Damien Delena. Pick up and go from him. Reinach off the back of the world. Now Ronok here. Puts his head down. Made well in the tackle. Besnett the toy. Picks up and goes. Doesn't really get much to say. Round to the left-hand side. Willemsen sees a bit of space. He puts in the kick. Ramos seeing a bit of space. He puts the kick in behind. That needs to go back there as Damien Willemsen looking for options. Chesney Colby's there with them. Willemsen gets away from one. Does very well. Willemsen gets the ball away to Ronok here. Does very, very well. Nicely worked there from Damien Willemsen. Thomas DeToy now under pressure there, but I tell you what, Damien Willemsen under a lot of pressure because the inside option of Chesney Colby was not on. Very good chase that from France. So Willemsen did very well to get away from one, get that ball away. Ronok here getting back as well. Ball goes up, and that's knocked backwards, I think, from France is the call. No, knock on advantage from the box. That should be over now as they use it. Should be advantage over. Gets the all load away in the tackle, just past 10-meter line. Now France, in the pocket is Ramos, goes to the boot. Biabari, Fiku underneath it. Phillips is called for it, no, but Chesney Colby goes up there and goes back to the hands of Biabari. Ball available for France. Brunem pops it up, but a pretty poor pass. Eventually falls to the hands of Ramos, goes to the boot. Into the hands of Sasha. Wants to try and ship it around. Intermac is back. On the shoulder, says the referee. Back inside their own half-yard, France. On the front foot, now they go. The Garrett now, going to go to the boot. Seems it quite long, not too much of a chase here. Free ball really for Koos Reinach. Inside ball to Damien Willemsen. He's going to chip and chase it himself. And does win it back, does Damien Willemsen. Very, very well. That's surely offside, ref. Thank you. Penalty, 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 penalty. Thank you very much. Yeah, Meerfu very much offside there. Dane Vincent did so well to get that ball back and then try to throw it back in. Meerfu's in front of him. Does so well there. 50-50. And then he wants trying to beat the offload and Meerfu's nowhere. Also tackle off the ball from Bruno there on Eben Etzebeth. That's terrible. Sasha's going to take another 3-point here, by the way. This for the lead now for the Boks. Lots of boos echoing around, but that looks going to go to the right-hand side. So misses out that one. To the thunderous applause of Stade de France. Can we go back to the game, please? I believe that they would have obviously marked it. Go back to the 22. Right, on the ball there. So the inside ball goes to Sasha. Front foot ball coming from Jasper Wiese back inside the French territory. Now Sasha sends out to Ruud Nokia. Gets away from one, eventually brought down. Got a little bit earlier. Now Sasha goes to the boot. Not the best kick. That's swirled. That's going to go shy. That's so poor from Sasha. Thankfully, however, France are offside and it's a penalty. That's just as well because it's an awful kick from Sasha. JP saying Damien cooking today. CS says we're playing polyball, get penalties and kick. Craig says Damien final boss mode today. Yeah, listen, the man's come to cook so far. Long may that continue. By the way, when we score our first try, we're going on a big sub trade, a big subscriber trade. There's the man, Thierry Henry. In attendance, yeah. Likes his rugby, actually. He's very, very often in the stands for French games. Sasha looking to take the points, yeah. This for the lead. Attempt 2. Lots of boos and whistles there. Stade de France. There's always going to be a bit of a hostile environment. By the way, Sasha sporting a bit of a November there. And that's going to go to the right-hand side again. That's 6 points left outside. Should be doing better on that one. Right, so the return coming to this Damien Willems that pops it inside. That's where Wiese goes on the charge. 6 points left out there so far from Sasha. First, and a little chip of chase there from him. Good tackle, back to Mintermack under a bit of pressure. Comes flying through there. The tackle comes from Ruud Nokia. A couple of players on the ball there. Now pressure on Garrick. He gets the kick away. And that's knocked backwards, but into the hands of Jasper Wiese. Box with the ball on the 10-meter line, but stolen by France. And then a bit of pressure, Penno. Ball over the top. And penalty. Deliberate knockdown, says the referee. I have to have a look at a replay yet to see exactly who it was. Benton was said to start. I'll tell you, it's been quite a hectic first 20 minutes here. Boks doing playing most of the rugby at the moment. Still trailing. He left 6 points out. So it could very well have been 12 points to 7. But work to do. Work to do. Six-man line out. Coming the chat from the referee. Once again, go to the front of the line and break it off the back. And Brunet goes to... that's a big carry. They're coming from Barassi. Bokke defends up quickly, catching Intermac on in the ball. Legarrette looking for options, goes left. Show and go coming from Thibaut Flamand, but he gets a good carry from him. Pick up and goes outside the 22. Bokke have to remain disciplined, yeah. Legarrette throws it out to Barassi once again. Nokia makes the tackle. Pops up to Legarrette. Montagna, the big tight head. Now back in the pocket, yeah. Intermac. Chip over the top. Damien Willems should be able to mark this. Will mark it. Go for the scrum. Those are the days, eh? We can't even do it anymore, the bastards. That literally could have been saying, oh, cool, we'll take a scrum. Not the best kick that came from Damien himself. So, Ludwig, by the way, is past the HI. He's getting ready to come back in. That's a nice result. We're not here on and getting into the grips of the game, but Loot Diog, he's been so good, hasn't he? The last couple of games he's played. %, possession so far for the Boks. 53% from France. They go to the front. Good line. Good take that from Thibaut Florent. Right towards the touchline though. And is it out? Somehow they managed to keep it in. Yeah, ball's out, says Angus Gardner. There you go. Around the corner they go. Florent with a bit of space. Eventually brought down to Charlotte 22. Big tackle there coming from JC Creel. Well read. Intermac, chip over the top, couple of players back, and Willemse. Oh, Willemse drops it back towards Jesse Creel. That should have been a very easy mark. Now scrambling all of a sudden, that's silly. Well, at least they've managed to resist the counter rack because, yeah, France have been throwing numbers into the racks. Of course, Ryan now needs to find good clearance. In fact, will he find touch? He won't find touch. And Chase Colby's after Intermac underneath it. Khaleesi makes a half tackle. To the left-hand side, lows to Garrick. Big tackle coming from Jalonge. Pops it back inside to Barassi. Counter ruck says, okay, so the referee, is the ball coming back? Yep, the ball is back on the Springboks side. Good work there being done. Now back on the French side. Never mind. Giroud. Jalonge now. Right in front of the poles. Got to remain disciplined here to the box. The guy pops it short. Montagnier. Playing just his third game as the tight head. Not getting much go for it ball here, France. Just going through the phases, really. Couple pick up and goes, yeah. Good tackle that. Good defense so far from the box. Ball's there for the Garrett. Now goes to Intermac. Intermac to Barassi. Barassi, bit of space. Door eventually closes, but they made a few meters. And the Garrett goes back inside. Giroud. Penalty advantage. Come on, man. And they go to the penalty. And surely France take the 3 points. Surely after that, they'll take the 3. Can't give free penalties. That's a free 3 points you've just given away. So it'll be 10 points to 6 now, which is silly because we should be 12 points to 6 up. At the very least, 9.6 up, now 10, 12, for example. Fabian Gaultier barking into his headset as per usual. Kiss says, Dylan with the same problem in different countries. CS says, discipline, don't give away penalties. They go to the corner. Never mind. They go to the corner to France. Not entirely sure. I think it's against Thomas Toy for not rolling. Guyard stayed down. He's a bit sore. Marchand looking for a ball. Taking his time. Referee asking for a gap. To the Boston test. They haven't so far. They go to the front. No lift. And there's a couple that's gone down. Penalty advantage is Angus Gardner. Fiku pops up to Intermac. Long pass out wide. There's a lot of space. They have to scramble. And the penalty's going to go to the corner. That's so shit. That's so poor. I mean, they've been absolutely nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. And then this first opportunity to get offset piece inside the 22, we concede. We've been the better side, and that is so, so bad. We made the read. I don't know what Kurt Lawrence is doing there. He's absolutely nowhere. He's nowhere off his wing. That's so poor. I mean, you can't give space out wide to Damien Penner. He's going to score every day of the week. $12 points to 6. And we should be on 12. You should be 12. Yeah, I mean, it's just, we've played all the rugby, and every single time they go into our half, they've managed to capitalize. Thomas Ramos looking pretty low. Look at the moment. Off and in from Thomas Ramos. So 14 points to 6. Work to do here from the box. He's completely get it wrong. Try to come up quickly. Didn't get it right. Misread it. And then you're always scrambling, aren't you? Absolutely always scrambling. Right. Work to do. Work to do. And is it back on the halfway? It's been touched. So it is a France line, but inside the 22. They all thought it was out actually in the full, so wanted to go back to the halfway line. That's not the case. Right, 28 minutes. 12 minutes to go till half time. 9-point lead from France. Penalty gets the box to within 5 points. Ball back to the top. Boudinot takes it well. But it is and penalty advantage. Discipline at the moment really, really affecting the box. Gotta start operating it, people. Gotta start getting into this contest at the moment. We failed in the last 10 minutes. Guilty of not taking our chances. That's the frustrating thing. So your dog goes up. And I think he plays the man. I think that's what the penalty's for. Also, what paint have they used on this thing? Because every single Bokke player and French player are just covered in blue paint at the moment. Once again, in front of the line out. No contest from the box. Once is the call from Angus Gardner. Now Legare to the left-hand side. Fiku puts his head down. Good tackle there coming from Sash Farm Zulu. A couple of big counter rack coming up from the box. Leave it as the call from Angus Gardner. Legare now goes to the boost. Isn't quite deep. And marks it, does Kurt Lawrence. So just need to slow things down a little bit. No, he's going to go to the boot. Looks to find touch. Will find touch. Not a bad kick, actually, from Kurt Lawrence. So just past halfway between the 10-meter and the halfway. Rusty Russ was looking very bemused, looking at some of the stats. Bit of a nudge there from Tony Brown. So they're not too worried at this stage. All right, Marchand back in the line out. Do we look to contest? No, we don't. Looking to more to stop the more rather than try and actually contest the line out. Once the call once again there from Angus Gardner. Turnover ball. Thank you very much. Turnover ball. Well, exactly what we want. Take the scrum. Dwayne Vermeulen on the side. Looking a little bit bemused. Come, scrum penalty. Kick the downfield. Score a try. Convert a try will take us up to 13 points. And if we score a try for half time, it gives a bit of momentum as well. And that's the important thing. Momentum's a massive thing. Bowen Fenton's been removed, so Stenner comes on. And there's a long conversation between Dwayne Vermeulen and Bowen Fenton. I wonder if that was what was Rusty was looking at the thing. So they put on Gerard Stenner. I mean, that's a bit rough on Bowen Fenton, who's not... He's been fine on the scrummaging point of view. It looks like a tactical sub. We're going to have a reset. Yeah, I think that's harsh on Bowen Fenton, who I think was looking all right at scrum time. Very interesting call, though, to bring off Bowen Fenton after 31 minutes and put on Gerard Stenner. He probably is the better scrummager, but... Yeah, I don't think Bowen was doing a bad job. Come on, big scrum, yeah. A little penalty here will go a long way. And Gerard Stenner come through. Angus Gardner, there's the penalty advantage. Reinach goes to Dale Lindy. Boks can do whatever they want here. Cobus Reinach, chip and chase. Cobus Reinach. Thank you. Thank you. There it is. There's the try. Thank you very much, boys. That is a proper try from Cobus Reinach. Come on. Back in the mix here, boys. Back in the mix. The chip and chase. Cobus Reinach, who's playing probably the best rugby I've ever seen him play. Gets across the line, meets two, chip over the top. Thank you very much. Delectable, boys. Delectable. And important to score there with 7 minutes to go. This to make it a 1-point game. Cobus Chanyu, I love that chat from Sia. Sasha, looking to curl it in, looking good. Looking good. Is good. Come on. 1-point game, yeah, boys. 1-point game. It's a great scrumming try. Just finds the gap between the forwards. Chip over the top of Penno. Scrumptious. Scrumptious. Look at the passion there from Cobus. Back in France, where he played for so many years in Montpellier. And that's exactly what we've been waiting for. And a 1-point game with 6 minutes to go. To the left-hand side go France. Underneath it looks like Damon Delendy. I'll tell you what, he goes left, he goes right. And he's underneath it every single time from the looks of it. Get through to half-time, yeah. Get through to half-time. Chesney Colby's after it. Ramos. Sends the ball back quickly. Ball's out to the ref. Brudeneg. Cutest left the toy on the ball. Misses out though. To the right-hand side. Intermac. Goes to Fiku. Wants to go to the boot. Pops it up to Sasha. Sasha sees a bit of space. Puts it up in the air. He wants to chase it himself. And gets it back, but loses it forward in the contact. And it goes out for the scrum. So it should be a scrum here from the box. People were supposed to have a bit of subscribe trend for that first try. So if you have not, subscribe right now if you're supporting the box. Let's get that subscribers up to 98,200. Well, actually, 98,300 will be very nice. We need less than 50 subscribers to get there. So there's definitely 50 people who are not subscribed. So let's get the subscribe train going. Let's get those subscribe going right now. I see a couple of people starting to hit that subscribe button. Let's get a 98,300 before halftime. Ideally, 98,500 before halftime would be tremendous. Tremendous. Penalty France at the scrum. That's not what we really wanted. And it's against Karastenica. You see. Bone Fender sitting on the bench going, well, I wasn't there. I didn't concede a penalty. Why didn't you let me cook? I still think it's a bit of a strange sub. I don't think Bone Fender was doing anything wrong whatsoever. So I think it was a bit of a weird one to make that call. Obviously, we don't know what the coaches are seeing from a data point of view, and they were genuinely looking at data. So, yeah, I don't know if that was there in the call, or they looked at something about in the data and they saw something about Bone Fenter, but he looked a bit confused. Dwayne Vermeulen had a big chat to him when he did come off, so I don't think it was massively planned, and I'm still not convinced it's the right call. And we do win the lineup, though. Lucio gets up and does very, very well. Big line win that, to be honest, because the France score there, then we lose all our momentum. But now, all of a sudden, you score a try, you win a line out. Sasha pumps this downfield. If we can just get through to half-time with a 1-point lead, I think that we'll have the momentum going into the half. $14 points to 13. The time it's just about to hit... Just under a minute and a half left on the clock. They go to the front, though. LeGarrick takes it well. Boks almost caught a little bit unawares. They managed to scramble well, though. Less than 2 minutes on the clock here. Pick up and go coming here from France. LeGarrick goes back to Intermac in the pocket. Intermac goes to the boot. To the left-hand side. Biabari is there. Chisholm Colby's looking to try and get up as well. Forward off Biabari. Back into the hands of Chisholm Colby. Knock on advantage. Willemse, scrum off. Goes to Malcolm Marks. Still scrum advantage for the Boks. Available for Kubas Reinach. He goes short. Jasper Wiese carries well. Up it goes. Advantage over is the call. Thomas Ramos on the ball. And loses the ball, but moves backwards. To left hand side. Pops it short. Is that not forward? Fiku takes it himself. That's for Vista there to complete the tackle. Available for LeGarrick. To the right hand side. Intermac. Bokke defends up nice and quickly. Good work that. Catching Anthony Jalanche on the ball. Back to him. Intermac in the pocket. He goes deep. Sasha is back. Feels it well. Looking for options now, Sasha. Seeing a bit of space. Wants to keep it up to himself. Gives chase to Sasha. Comes backwards with Sasha. Back into the hands of Malcolm Marks. Knock on advantage for the Boks. So into the last 30 seconds, Boks do have... and get the penalty. Thank you very much. Slot it. Straight over the poles and take a lead into halftime. That's all we got to do. Having a conversation here as the referee to Kubas Reinach and Thomas Ramos. You'll know Thomas Ramos very well. Would have played against him for many, many years. But the penalty for the Boks. All we need here now is Sasha to slot it. Slot it, take a lead into halftime, go in at 16 points to 14. And it wouldn't be the worst result. I mean, I think we've probably been the better team, in all honesty. Not taking our chances particularly well. We have already left 6 points out there. And we're having a look over here for some potential foul play. Oh, deepest. This is not a Bokke foul play. Number 5, head contact. Oh, goodness. Could this be reversed? Could this be reversed? Oh, it's so frustrating. We could literally just knock this over 3 points. Oh, well, I think this could be a reverse penalty. Let's hope it's nothing too serious, not a yellow card. Having a look at Thomas Ramos. Goes nice and low to Kobus Reinach. Come on, there's a massive change in angle there. A massive change of angle. I mean, this annoys me. This is what you call a rugby collision. Lutiaga is going low, always going low, always going low. And as he's going low, Thomas Ramos, there's a massive change in height. The ball even pops out, to be honest. What are we going to see here? Potential yellow card. I mean, his right arm wraps. That's not an issue at all. It's the left arm that's the issue here. There's a massive change in height, though. There's no ways this is red card threshold. Absolutely no ways. That's what they're saying. They're saying the ball carrier is basically on the floor. There's no ways this is a red card. Absolutely no ways. I mean, he's so low to the ground, and there's a massive drop in height. If this is a red card, the game's gone. Intentional and reckless. Are you absolutely on drugs? He's on his knees. A red card? Are you on drugs? Not even a bunker. That is fucking nonsense. That is shambolic. He is half a meter off the ground. Are you mad? Not even a bunker. When was the last time you even saw a straight red? He can't physically get lower. That is phenomenal. Now I'm going to put a red card on the screen. That is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The knock-on comes. We'll go into half-time and we'll have to try and sort a red card. That is mental. Absolutely mental. To not even go to a review is wild. Well, here we go. 14 people for the second half. 14 people. That's what's coming up on the second half. So we'll see you very shortly. Yeah, I'm quite shocked by that decision.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Right, and we are back and work to do. The Boks will play with 14 men. And my understanding is a 20-minute red card. So Ruben Oke's onto the park. Not sure who's been sacrificed in his stead. But a full red, well, a direct red card being shown to Loic Diago. The fact that didn't go to the bunkers, wild chat. Wild chat. But now the Boks are going to have to do it from behind and with the man down. Which, in fairness, Boks love a bit of adversity. So we have to wait and see exactly who's been taken off. But that does make it a very, very big shift now coming from the Boks to try and do it. But anyway, Ruben Oke is on, trying to work out for who. And we'll let you know in just a bit. Gerard Senekam came on very shortly before half time. As Intermac goes towards touch off the kickoff and will find touch. Damien Willems opting not to take it. So I'm trying to work out who's been sacrificed here. Who is on here? Well, Ruben Oke is on, but who's off is the call, really. Sia Khaleesi's been sacrificed. I mean, how shit is that? In your 100th cap, you have to be sacrificed due to the fact that we've had a red card. That's not the way we want to see his 100th finish, but hopefully we can get the job done. I tell you what, you do that with 14 men, and there'll be little doubt about the who deserves the result. So France got their bomb squad to bring on. Boks no longer having a bomb squad. Sia being sacrificed with that red card. So big 40 minutes. Big 40 minutes though. Etzebeth. Reinach goes to Sasha. Sasha goes to the boot. Not of distance, but a lot of people scrambling around there. Player on is the call from Angus Gardner. Into Maxi's a bit of space. Go down the right-hand side. Straight into touch. Thank you very much. Back we go, boys. Line just outside the 22. Gail Fiku stayed down, but Angus Gardner says fair contest. I think it's a fair contest. 100% I think it's a fair contest. Yeah, Dane Vince was asking for it. John Doe says, why are we playing so conservative? Our high balls aren't very accurate today. Damon Delende is playing well. France is running direct and playing ball. Well, once again, there goes the boost. Sasha, that's far too far. And swirling. Taking it quickly, though, as Thomas Ramos. Now goes to the boot. And we'll kick it further downfield. Too deep, though. Yeah, you're right, though. The upper and unders from Sasha haven't quite been good enough so far, to be perfectly honest. It's either gone too short or too long. So he needs to find his range, the Sasha. Where to do, though. Okay, it's a good line out there. Ball bounces in front of Kurs Rana. Goes Sasha straight back to the boot. And once again, that's too far, though. He doesn't rock it, though, as Thomas Ramos. Caught on the ball, though. Not a bad ruck, but France do scramble, and LeGarrick now on the ball. Goes to the boot. Almost slips as LeGarrick. Onto the bounce. Goes Curtly Lawrence. Right, he goes inside Sasha. Sasha, what can he conjure up? Looks to run himself. Bounce off one. Makes a yard or two on the 10-meter line. Kubas Rana goes to the left-hand side now. Bisa goes himself. Driven backwards, though. Zormi red pressure. Ball lost forward is the call. So lock-on advantage. And space out wide from France. Ramos goes to Fiku. Great tackle coming back there from Jesse Creel, I think it is. Yeah, it is Jesse Creel. France on the front foot. Marchand goes short. Flamen, big tackle coming to Guyard. Now long pass out wide. Ramos. Ball over the top to Biabare. Space out wide. Curly Lawrence is going to have to get across. Ball over the top. And Curly Lawrence. Biabare's taken it. Big counter coming, though, from the Boks. And the ball's gone out. Should be a Bok line out, I think. That's a good chip over the top. That's a great return there from Biabare. Not much communication yet. So Boks under a lot of pressure. Got to try and just ride the storm. Ride the storm. You know, just settle with the storm for a bit. This could be a French lineout, to be honest. What's the call? Off blue says yeah, so there's a Springbok lineout. Back inside our own 22 under a lot of pressure here. Good take that from Ebenezer. Pops up to Reinach. Reinach goes to Jesse Creel. In fact, David Delinda, rather. Back in the pocket. Reinach goes back to Sasha. Trying to find a better angle. Does pump it downfield. Not a bad kick. And then here comes the bomb squad from France. I'm seeing 4 players being readied in blue. And not quite ready to come on yet are the French bomb squad. Marchand on the 10-meter line. Bit of a messy line, but it comes back to LeGarrick. Fiku now in the midfield. Quick ball. LeGarrick goes left side to Intermac. Intermac. Barassi gets away from one. Ball available. Brunet shows and goes. Short. Big hit coming from Montaigne. Ball gets offloaded away to Mirfu. Brought down by Ruan Nokia. Good momentum this year from France. To the right hand side. Intermac stays back inside. Presents well. Pick up from Guyard. Gets into the 22. They go to the right hand side. Well read there from Kurt Lawrence. Gets up nice and quickly on Anthony Gelange. Guyard. Big tackle on him. Wasn't right expecting it. Mirfu gets it away. Intermac passes out towards Chesn Colby. Chesn Colby to Peno. To Biabare. Space out wide. Biabare goes inside. And Peno loses it forward into the hands of Damien Willemse. Gets the offload away to Sasha Famagomazulu. Reinach is there. Visa takes contact. Ball available. Kubas Reinach now will go to the boot. Hesitated 22. And will find touch. Just past the halfway line. Good kick that from Kubas Reinach. Just slowing things down. I think we are about to see, potentially, here comes the French bomb squad. Yep, here comes some subs. Right, here we go. So, a lot of players on here for France. I'm seeing Aldeguerre. I'm seeing Toffa Fanua. I'm seeing Araju. I'm seeing Oscar Jojo. And Guillaume Cremon is on. And that looks like there's Jean-Baptiste Gross as well. So, basically, almost a brand new pack here from France. Can they provide the impact that they're looking for? Tough for Fanua, bit of space out wide. Biabare, can he cross you up? Great carry there from him. Ball pops it up to Flamand. Goes short and lost forward from Tofa Fanua. And we'll go back for the scrum. Jeepers, you've got to watch out for that space out wide. Biabare is such a tricky customer. Comes back inside as Biabare. Good tackle there from Chesn Colby. Ruan Nokia getting back as well. But yeah, there's always need space out wide. You know, we're a man down at the moment, and that's where the worry comes. Hanging on here at the box, hanging on. And that's fine. We're hanging on for a bit. And just settle things down. Weather a bit of a storm. His name on now for Eben Etzebeth. Thomas Latoy off as well. So here comes Vilko Low. Now, that's interesting. Now, Damien Lendy's been replaced by Andre Esterhuizen, so I don't think we've gone with the whole forwards vibe, so we're going to an orthodox replacement there. Andre Esterhuizen's come on for Damien Lendy. He's gone to the flank, so I think he'll basically play a bit of a hybrid role on the park itself. So he'll have 8 at the scrum. And then I think he'll go to first receiver, really, with Andre Esterhuizen, yeah? It's a nice thing about having him, I suppose. Maybe it's the perfect opportunity where he can provide an 8th person on the scrum. Gone up there, ball available for Kobus Reinach. Goes to the boot. Will look to find touch, does find touch. Come on, lads, we need a big shift now. So Estes now is on for Delende, so that means that he'll pack down with the forwards, but then in general he'll operate mostly in the back line as we try and negotiate that man down at the moment. Just the 1 point advantage at the moment. Hanging on is probably where we're at the moment. First thing for Guillaume Gramont, goes to the front, goes back to Gramont. He catches the box underway. Can somebody needs to bring him down? Cheapers, he's made about 40 yards there. Jean-Baptiste Gross, his first carry of the day. Good tackle that on Jalonch. Gets the offload away. Under a lot of pressure here on the box. The Garrett now. Jalonch. To the right hand side. Good tackle that on Rayman to it for Fanua. Fiku now. Caught in the ball. Good work that. Much better defense. Outside 22, but numbers out here. Ramos's kick is blocked by Willemse. Comes back to Bruno, gets away from one. Good defense from the box. The France lost about 10 meters odd. And next goes straight through. Kurt Lawrence has kicked it into touch, directly into touch. It's a bit frustrating, but not bad. Not bad defense at all. As Gregory Eldred and the likes watch on. Yeah, frustrating from Kurt Lawrence, but to go straight to touch. But good work to get through there and put the pressure on them. Come on now, back into Fiku, pops it short. Fit to her for Fanua in the midfield. Legaro goes digging for it. Uses the call. And it does use it. Goes quite deep though. Daniel Penna will give chase. Great take that from... it's a really good take. And then he pops it up stupidly, this Kurt Lawrence. Just hold on to the damn ball. We've only had it for like 2 seconds this half. There's just no need to offload that at all. He made a really good take. Just set up the ruck and just wins it and then pops it up terribly. Come on, lads. Just calm things down a little bit. It's a good defensive set. Referee Angus Gardner asking for us to pick up the pace. I mean, I think we're all for it, to be fair. How's that for a stat? France have won 15 of their last 16 games to France. Their only defeat coming up against South Africa back in 2023. We win tonight. It'll be a huge win. Absolutely massive. If you've got to put it in there. You can't just not put it in because you're getting dominated. Come on. Come, big scrum, yeah, boys. what we do for a little scrum penalty. It's gone down. Penalty box. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On Aldegheri, Karos Dennekamp won the penalty. I said it's exactly what we needed, and we got it. It's a big moment that, under a lot of pressure on the box, win that scrum penalty, get down to their half, play rugby down there. He hasn't found touch. Sasha! Peno sends it back. You can't not find touch, man. Puts it in the air. He'll give chase to his own kick. Makes the tackle on Ramos. Gets the offload away. A bit of a sketchy offload, to be honest. And the Boks are on that. France scramble well. There should be a Bokke line out. Garrett goes to his the boot. Damien Willems underneath it. Knocked back from France into the hands of Karos Dennekamp, though, so Boks do retain it. Now goes to the boot once again. Chisholm Colby gets up, but loses it. Touches the call. Oh, he slipped! Has Sasha. Then he managed to time it eventually, but he's under so much pressure there. This would be a penalty for the Bokke, for France. Turnover. Kick over the top from Thomas Ramos. Cody Lawrence has to get back. Lets it go. Cheapers, guys. That slip from Sasha, that could have costed us the game, to be honest. Not a good few minutes for the young prodigy. Just need to calm things down. Calm things down. Front of the line to Arcus Neyman. Back towards Sasha. Sasha now. Downfield. Still won't find touch. Peno. Good tackle from Arcus Neyman. Pops it up to Aldegheri. Ramos now on the ball. Running the hands out France. Good tackle there. Yeah, space. Fiku comes back inside. Half tackle coming from Jesse Creel. Ball available. Balls out the call. Knock on advantage here for France. Advantage over, and they've lost it forward. Thank you, Scrum Bokke. Come on. Just settle things down, yeah, boys. Just settle things down. Scrum penalty. Sasha needs to find touch, go downfield, and just start getting back into this game. Just start winning small battles and getting back into the game. That's what we got to do. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. We've got the better scrum. Use it. Now that's a big call. Damien Willems are off. Mari Liebach on. So that'll be Liebach back to 10. Sasha to 15. Very big call. That's a huge call. Massive call. So Sasha Farmagova's gone to full back. He'll probably continue kicking for goal. I think that's probably the thinking there. But they put on Mari Liebach to try and conjure up something. Yaspivisa off the bound. Makes a couple of yards. Good carry that. Comes around, quick ball. Comes around going himself. Getting past the halfway line. Nice little dart that from the scrum off. Runo Kier to the right hand side. Jasper Visa takes contact. Wasn't the best pass from Runo Kier. Does very well to Jasper Visa. Reinach now goes to Arthur Snyman. Big tackle on him. Ball available. Kobus Reinach. Back to Liebach. Spins and he gets charged down. It wasn't the best pass there from Reinach. Sort of really test your mate. Now I've got to scramble a little bit here. And penalty. I mean, come on. After all that, Kobus, you can't give that kind of pass. Focus, man. Really? Interesting to see how Fiku's going for the polls. Yeah, it makes sense to me. 17 points to 13. Get away from a penalty away. Yeah, I mean, come on. You just need to calm things down a little bit. Got to calm things down. Taking the 3 points so far. Not the worst result, really. The fact that this will be the first 3 points we've actually conceded is not an awful result. Assuming he does get it, which he will, because he's a phenomenal goal kicker. Yeah, he does get it. I think it's a massive call to take Damien Willems on, to be honest. I'm not sure I'd agree with it, to be honest. I think that's a big shot. That's a huge shot. 17 points to 13. And there goes the Garrick. On comes Maxime Luchu, who said that we had stolen their thing. And we go short here to the box. We're going to have to come back here as the call from the referee. It's a bit weird that nobody else got after it. Another change here. Surely that's Grant Williams on for Kobus Reinach. It is indeed. This green paint is an awful idea. I don't know who decided that was a good plan, but everyone's just looking very green. Sasha goes to left-hand side. Kirtley Ansel will give chase. It's a good take that from Tim Alfleman. Taken back as the call. Intermac will put this downfield. Sasha now going for a run. Brought down by Damien Penno. High tackle from 10. Penalty advantage from the box. There we go. Now Monty. Long pass out wide to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel coming lateral. Looking for a bit of space. Comes back inside. Bounce off one. Go back for the penalty advantage. Go to the corner. Go to the corner. Come on, guys. Let's get this rolling here. Yeah, high tackles the call. To the corner we go. Come on, lads. Six to the call here on the 22. Grant Williams giving the call to Malcolm Marks. Let's see what we can conjure up here. Yeah, good line. To PSF the toy. To the blind side, they go to Estes to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks stays in field, 5 meters out. Williams going to PSF the toy. First time the box available on the attack this half. Arcus never gets to throw it away. Vulcan low, slightly isolated. Ball available for Grant Williams. Offside, penalty advantage. Here we go, boys. Liebach's called on the left-hand side. Offside is the call. Once again, to the corner we go. Going for the corner. I would have been taken for a scrum in all honesty. Have a go. Back the scrum. Back the buggers. Angus got it. Turning off Damien Pinto, who tried to charge down the kick. The Bokke bench on the feet. Bruno Kier takes it well. Looking for the early more here on the box. Slightly go forward ball. Looking to try and peel it on the right. Once is the call. Now a bit of momentum. Get ready to use it as the call. Grant Williams is there. Goes to the left-hand side. Marker box just short. Advantage here for the box. Can he get the ball out? Grant Williams. Yeah, it's available. To Moy Liebok. Long pass out wide. On the ankle to Jesse. That's charged down. Cheslin Colby. Ball basically comes to it. Gets around Biabore. Knocked down. Go back for the penalty. We're going to see a potential yellow card here, Mr. Ref. Come to the corner we go. Nah, you see, I talked about the deliberate lockdown. There's penalty tries out here. Yeah, here we go. TMO, let's have a look. Oh, we'll have a look. We'll have a look. You seen that meme? It's phenomenal. We're looking at a potential deliberate knock-on, but I called it. Manie Bokke through this long pass out towards Jason Creel. Biabare comes out. If he touches that, for me, that's yellow card. Has to be. It's going into JC Creel's hands. And if Creel takes this, by the way, he's got nobody ahead of him. Yeah, 100%. I've got it, boys. In fact, I've actually got yellow cards in the desk over there. I'm actually going to bring them out so I can start dishing them out. Yellow card. This is so cynical. If he misses this, if Creel takes this, he's past him. There's nobody in front of him. There's a try-scoring opportunity that he's just missed. I mean, this is almost a penalty try situation. Because there's nobody ahead of him. He goes in for a try if he gets that. I think if he does not knock that on, I think he goes in. Well, it is a card. It's not quite a penalty try, but it is a yellow card. Up. Not a yellow, not a red. We'll go back for the penalty, but France now down to 14 men. I don't know what they're complaining about, in all honesty. Right, there we go. And looking for the running more. That looks a bit better. Come on. And try time. Here we go, boys. Try time. France down to 14. Let's cook. Andre Esterhuizen has got the try of all people. Andre the Giant and the box lead for the first time today. 14 on 14. There we go. Finally, come on. This is an important kick, yeah, to be honest. Yep. Shit, man. It looked so good for so long and then just faded. Right, 18 points to 17. 15 minutes to go. I mean, we win this game. Yeah. Libya Barry watching. There's an important kick, though, because 20 points to 17, that's now within penalty range of only getting to a draw. And then France have knocked it back and won it back with the kick-off. That's not what we want. Jean-Baptiste Gros wins the ball back. France back on the front foot. Pick up and go, yeah. Can't afford to give away that penalty because there it is. We win our own penalty. Come on, man, boys. Come on. Yeah, a couple worse than Malcolm Marks. Come on, lads. We can do this. King van der Westhuizen says we will find a way to win. France have been undefeated in 15 out of 16 games on home soil. That 16 was the 2023 World Cup quarterfinals. Yeah, you're right. We were there. Graham Taylor says this is shaping up to be a heartbreaker match for one of the teams. I can't. United drew today. I mean, in fairness, we'll take the draw in the end. Proteas were cuck. We win today. And life is good. Life is good. Good line of that. Front foot check. Come on, Andre Esterhuizen gets away from one. Achis Neyman. Looking to get through the contact. Ball pops up to Libok. Goes front to Sasha. Sasha goes himself. Sasha still going. Come on, lads, on the front foot here. Grant Williams. Short to Jasper Visa. Grant wants to go short side. To Pierce Step the toy. Much better from the box here. Grant Williams out to the right-hand side. Goes to Jasper Visa. Jasper Visa gets past one. Soaks up a couple. Back to Mani Libok. Cross kick towards... into the hands of Jason Colby. Lines up the one. Gets around the outside. Picks up and goes. Comes on the outside. Eventually brought down by Romain Intermac. Ball available, though. Just inside the 22 on the right-hand side. Vilko low. Nice and solid, as tight heads do. Penalty advantage, come on! Williams goes to Libok. Cook. Gets away from one. Long pass. Oh, I tell you what, if that had gone to a hand, it would have been spectacular from Sasha. But all of a sudden, we're starting to kick into gear here. As John Doe says, now we're flowing much better. Here we go. To the corner we go. Score again and bang. That's momentum. Yep, good stuff. Money Bucks put us on the 5-meter line. Cook, Money, cook. Yeah, not rolling is the call. Clear penalty. Libok on the 5-meter. Come on, lads. Just getting the call here from Malcolm Marks was to go have a chat. Remember, it's 14 on 14. I mean, when have you ever seen... Look at what this means to the bench. They're all on their feet. Sia shouting at Sasha, just saying, come. They're up for this. Okay, Sneyman. Go short for them all. Penalty advantage. Can Grant Williams get this ball out? Let me have a bit of an attack before we go back for the penalty. They've got advantage. Can he get the ball out? No. Okay, advantage. Come on. Keep up the pressure here, boys. And let's keep ourselves in this area. Come on, lads. Here we go, boys. Here we go. If I wants to just calm things down, you can see he says calm things down. That's all I like to see is Marnie just saying, hey, let's just settle. Settle here, boys. I think it might have been a cut for Bokke Marks. Yeah, there's blood to Malcolm Marks. So they're just really sorting him out. I don't mind that. Time is off, but we can just calm things down. Yeah, come on, coming to the left to the side and then collapsing it. They can barely watch. Damien Phillips goes, I mean, I've never, ever seen the box so nervous on the side. This bench is not sat down. The bench is looking worried. It's bizarre. It just shows you this is not a, whatever happens. We are desperate to win this game. I've been saying, I reckon this is the game to win. Arguably more than the Ireland game. I think this is the game to win for us at the moment. If we can score a try and convert it here, go into the last 10 minutes with a 8-point advantage, whew, it's not doing my blood pressure very good. Yeah, boy hasn't kicked out yet. Money Buck, there we go, puts it out. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Come on, boys. Let's cook. Let's cook. Nokia takes it well. There was a contest from France, but the boxer once is the call. Slowly trying to find a bit of momentum. There's a bit of a shove. Grant Williams is there. Pops it up. Grant Williams goes himself. Grant Williams! Under the pass! Come on! Grant Williams, you biscuit! There it is. 6 test tries for Grant Williams. 26 caps. Come on, man. There it is. There it is. Look at everyone just urging them on, and the ball just pops up. Grant Williams goes, shows the dummy, puts his hammer down. Over he goes. Come on. 8 points now, 10 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go, in fact. Come on. Yo, this is huge. Taking all his time as Sasha. Run it down, Sasha, by all means, and then straight over. Here we go, boys. 8 points on the board. 9.5 minutes. Woo! I'm panicking here. I think I'm having heart palpitations. I might die in street one day with just the way I might have a heart attack for all this. It's slightly morbid, but I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just letting you know. There's a possibility with the way we freaking play. Because I have to... Do I not just support the most dramatic, stressful team in the world? Underneath it, Jasper Wiese takes it very well. Well done, Jasper. 8 minutes left. 8 points. Grant puts it up in the air. Curly answers going to give chase. Come on, Curly, cook here, man. And he does dive on it. We do retain it. Grant Williams. Long pass out to Liebach. Looks for the cross kick. It's a great cross kick as well. Space for Chesden Colby. Chip and chase. Go, Jesse Creel. Intermac. Inside. Ramos is going to run it. Now he goes to the boot. That'll waste a bit of time. Phenomenal. Monty Liebach, you rock my world with that little cross kick there. Sasha puts it up in the air. He'll give chase to himself. Knocked on. Into the hands of Andre Esterhazen. Pops it up to Ruan Nokia. We'll take the scrum, to be honest. Grant Williams. Intercepted. Thank you. We'll take a scrum. We'll take the scrum, boys. We'll take the scrum. Yeah. What did the commentators say? Stade de France is silent. Good. Good. Let them be silent. Yeah, if we win this game, down to 14 men, Beer Bar is about to come back on. What a game. What a game. I think I might just give everyone 10s in the player rating show. Tim Dunn says, true remarkable performance by the Springboks against all odds. Keegan says, kan nie meer so stress? Yeah, we're out here panicking. Here comes Beer Boy, back up to 15 men. They restore the one-man advantage, but 6 minutes to go. Yeah, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. Reset. I'll take a reset. I'll 100 take a reset. Yeah, it's just calm down, give us space. Yeah, we'll run down some time. We'll happily run down some time. Come on, as I said, scrum penalty to take the points. There's no mauling here. We take the scrum penalty to take the points. We get a scrum penalty. There's no more. There's nothing here. Penalty, come on! Now take the points. Take the points. Make it 11 points. Apparently the corner is what they're saying. We're going down the time. I would take the points. 11 points. 11. Yeah. Woo! I'm warming up to go and fetch the French on Twitter after this. I'm ready. Release me on social media. Release me. Let me cook them. I'm ready to go. A red card in the first half. We don't care. We don't care. Also, I'm pretty sure I predicted, I think I said a 15-point advantage. So a little penalty try here, or a little 7-pointer, would have my picks spot on. Nokia takes it well. Down to Jasper Visa. Go, Jasper! Grant Williams goes short to Malcolm Marks. He's going to play a full 80 as Malcolm Marks. Presents well to Grant Williams. Okay, Sneyman. Money wants it on the right-hand side. Goes short to Sasha. Sasha's lining up a few. Sasha's going to go himself. Sasha's over! Cook, boys. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Marley Liebach on the angle there. Sasha sees the space. Shows the dummy. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on. This is wild. We are the best team in the world. And everybody else can just suck it. This has been phenomenal. Wait for it. Phenomenal. What a performance in the second half. To absorb all that pressure and then to put it all the way back on them. And if he gets this, by the way, it's exactly what I predicted. I predicted by 15 points. No. We're not looking at potential obstruction. We're not looking at potential obstructions at all. At all. There's nothing there. There's no need to go back and look. Boys, I understand we're trying to keep things a bit neutral, but there's no need to look at any of that. Give the try. Award it. I need my picks pick. I was cooking today earlier. So what are we looking at here? Malcolm Marks, absolutely no issue here. Oh, come on. Is that really what we're looking at? PSF the toy beyond the ball? No, come on. If a try gets disallowed for this, the game is gone. Absolutely gone. If this doesn't stand because of that, they basically PSF the toy takes your main into mag like 1 or 2 meters and then basically drops him and kind of falls over him. If they go back and disallow a try based on this, there's no ways. Here we go. Here we go. Conclusive evidence? Try time, boys. Try time. Come on, boys. As the extras, this is now the margin I predicted. Here we go, lads. Here we go. Here we go. Jared saying I'm ready to be a social media demon after this. Jared, I'll see you there, boys. I'll see you there. Release me. Absolutely release me on French Twitter. Wind me up. And you know like those things where you like wind them up and you just let them go like those little cars. You just, meow. That's me. I'm ready for it. What a performance this has been. Goodness me. Knock on over there. That's fine. Now we're just basically waiting for full-time whistle. 30.17. Easy work, boys. Easy work. Now it's Ireland. We've just got, well, we've obviously got Italy and Wales. No one to buckle there. Sasha with the player of the match. I'm not sure I agree on that, but you know what? He scored that try, so we move. We absolutely move. I just don't know where they find it. I don't know where they find the ability to keep doing this. Boys. This is a big one. We're going to enjoy this. Beers tomorrow for the lads. Kicking behind there from France. Goes back to Kurt Janssen. He sees a bit of space on that inside. Ball to Cheston Colby. Cheston Colby now steps inside. Cheston Colby. Jesse Creel was there, Chief. Grant Williams playing the ball. Jesse Creel goes back. Ball comes loose to Jasper Visa. No, we can't actually score another try because I didn't predict that. Jan Kobler now onto the park. Liebach gets his kick charge down. He'll have another go here. Kurt Lawrence just wants to have a bit of a run. Why not? Why not? I can't believe we've done this, actually. I really can't. In that kind of style as well. Dirty. And Liebach goes to Cheslin, and Cheslin will chip this out. And final score, 32 points to 17. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you very shortly on the Player Radio Show and the review. What a game that is. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do